Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone. My name is Brian Fry. I'm the chairperson for the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Welcome you all here today. In order to avoid quick trip gift cards for my entire family, I hope we can get done early tonight so I can get some Christmas shopping done. I say tonight, it won't be that long. So again, welcome. We'll start with our roll call. Our opening announcements. I apologize. See, I was trying to speed up the process.
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and planning department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the commission and the board will be retained by the secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court.
All right, next item is roll call. Mr. Wadle?
Yes, sir. Fry.
Present.
Mater.
Present.
McKay.
Present.
Dool.
Here.
Bill Johnson.
Present.
Hi.
Present.
Klontz.
Here.
Warren.
Here.
Joe Johnson. Miles.
Present.
Zimbelman. Aldrich.
Here.
And Williams Bay is absent. Sir, I show 12 members are present.
Thank you. Next item is item 1.3, which would be the approval of the prior MAPC meeting minutes from December 4th. Those are not complete and ready, so we will be deferring those to January 15th, which is our next meeting. At this point, item is 1.4, which, don't we have a BZA agenda?
We do, but we typically
Do
determine
that
the
after
consent items.
Okay, it's
Yes,
just
sir.
not on mine. Okay, so now we will go through the agenda to see which items we can approve on consent. The first will be the subdivision committee recommendations. 2.1, which is sub 2025-00055, Stone Post Addition, which is the southwest corner of West 63rd Street South and K42. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.1 to consent. Item 2.2, subdivision 2025-54, the final plat for Midland Baptist Church, 3rd edition, which is West 45th Street South and North Ridge Road. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.2 to consent. Item 2.3, subdivision 2025-60, a one-step final plat for the Apple Ridge Estates, South 231st Street West and West 31st Street South. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.3 to consent. Item 2.4, subdivision 2025-61, a one-step final plat for the Skyline Edition, South 311th Street West and West 39th Street South. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.4 to consent. Item 2.5, subdivision 2025-63, a one-step final plat for the East Side Community Church 3rd Edition, which is roughly located at 21st Street North and South 143rd Street East. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.5 to consent. Item 2.6, subdivision 2025-64, a one-step final plat for the El Camino Edition. That has been deferred to January 15th, 2016, so we will not hear that case. Item 2.7, subdivision 2025-66, one-step final plat for Diamond Engineering 2nd Edition, which is West Pawnee and Southwest Street. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.7 to consent. Item 2.8, subdivision 2025-67, which is the one-step final plat for Copper Fox Estates, roughly located at the southeast corner of East 63rd Street South and South Hydraulic Avenue. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.8 to consent. Item 2.9, subdivision 2025-68, which is the one-step final plat for Karachi Edition, North 143rd Street East and East 53rd Street North. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 2.9 to consent. Item 210, subdivision 2025-69, which is the one-step final plat for the courtyards at Greenwich Heights, East 37th Street North and North Greenwich Road. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 210 to consent. Before we go further.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, but one moment, please. On item 2.2, I read the agenda and it says Midland Baptist Church 3rd Edition, south along West 45th Street South, but it's actually 45th Street North.
That is correct.
So I just want to make that correction before we approve. Go ahead, sir.
I move for approval from all items 2.1 through 2.10 with the exception of 2.6.
Okay. We have a motion to approve all items with the exception of 2.6 from Commissioner Joe Johnson, with a second by Commissioner Cindy Miles. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Now we will review the vacation items to see if we can approve on consent. Item 3.1, vacation 2025-38. This is a vacation request in the city for East Harry and South 159th Street East. That one is being deferred to February 12th of 2026, so we will not hear item 3.1. Item 3.2, vacation 2025-52. This is a vacation request in the city for utility easement, roughly North Walnut and West 1st Street North. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 3.2 to consent. Item 3.3, vacation 2025-53, vacation request in the city for right-of-way roughly located at East Waterman and South Washington Avenue. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 3.3 to consent. Item 3.4, vacation 2025-54. This is to vacate a portion of a platted setback at West Taft Avenue and South Ridge Road approximately. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 3.4 to consent. Item 3.5, vacation request 2025-55. This is to vacate a portion of a platted floodway easement, roughly west 103rd Street South and K42 Highway. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, I will move item 3.5 to consent.
Chairman, move to approve agenda items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 3.2 through 3.5 by Commissioner Warren with the second by Commissioner High. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll review the public hearing agenda items. Item 4.1, conditional use 2025-141. This is a conditional use request in the county for an RV campground, roughly 159th Street West and East 63rd Street South. Because the staff is recommending denial, we will automatically hear that case. So if you're here for that, please stick around. Item 4.2, PUD 2025-26, a PUD amendment request in the city for property generally located on West MacArthur Road near South Seneca Street. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 4.2 to consent. Item 4.3 is PUD 2025-27, a zone change request in the county from SF20 to PUD to create a PUD number 154, Harry Crossings, which is roughly South 143rd Street East and East Harry Street. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Okay, good. I see some hands raised. Is the applicant and agent present? Good, thank you. We will hear item 4.3. Item 4.4, zone request 2025-56. This is in the city from neighborhood retail to LC with the protective overlay, East 21st Street North and roughly North Hillside Avenue. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Yes. Got a couple of raised hands, and that's the applicant agent raised their hand? Okay. We will hear item 4.4. Item 4.5, zone 2025-57, zone change request in the county from RR to SF20. This is roughly West 21st Street North and North 263rd Street West. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear the case? Commissioner Aldrich, is the applicant, agent, owner present for this case? Okay, good. We will hear item 4.5. Item 4.6, zone 2025-58, zone change request in the city from SF5 to MF18 for a senior living development, roughly East Gilbert Street and South Rock Road. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? I see. And is the applicant agent present?
Yes.
Okay. We will hear item 4.6. Item 4.7, Zone 2025-59, zone change request in the city from SF5 to MF18 for senior living development. This one is at roughly West 27th Street South and South Elizabeth Street. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we can move item 4.7 to consent. Item 4.8, Zone 2025-60, zone change request in the city from B, multifamily residential, to LI. This is on North Walnut Street, just near West First Street North. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 4.8 to consent. Item 4.9, Zone 2025-61, zone change request in the city from SF5 to LC and GO, roughly West 51st Street North and North Meridian. If you are here for this case, it has been deferred to January 15th of 2026, so we'll need to return for that one. We're not hearing it today. Item 410, Zone 2025-62, zone change request in the city from SF5 to GO for medical office and apartment development. This is roughly West 37th Street North and North Ridge Road. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Okay. Is the owner, applicant, agent present? Okay. We will hear item 410. 411 is Zone 2025-63, zone change request in the city from NR to GO. This is roughly South Hillside Avenue and East English Street. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? I'm not seeing any, so we will move item 411 to consent. Item 412 is Zone 2025-64, zone change request in the city from LC to GC with a PO 467. This is roughly East 29th Street North and North Oliver Avenue. Are there any members from the commission who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, are there any members from the public who would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we'll move item 412 to consent. Anybody? Okay. I move that we approve on consent items 4.2, 4.7, 4.8, 4.11, and 4.12. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Fry with a second by Commissioner McKay. All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. I love these end of the year meetings where we got to squeeze everything in, right? Okay. So our next item, we will recess to the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda before we hear the planning cases. And I gotta, where's my note? 1 second. All right. First item on the BZA agenda is the approval of the BZA meeting minutes from December 4th. And I show Commissioners McKay, Warren, and Joe Johnson were absent. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Miles with a second by Commissioner High. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And abstains? McKay, Warren, and Johnson. Motion passes. Item 2 is BZA 2025-79. This is a variance request in the city to have less than 3 feet of building separation on a structure at 409 North Meridian Avenue. And who is doing the case? Philip? Because the criteria is not met, we will hear the case. Are you ready?
Sure. Do you want to move on to item 3?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that one. Thank you. Item 3, BZA 2025-80. This variance request is to reduce a front building setback on a property that's Zone B and LI at North Walnut Street. Because the staff is recommending that all 5 criteria for the request have been met, we don't need to hear the case unless a member of the commission wants to hear it, which I'm not seeing. And is there anyone from the public wanting to hear this case? Which I'm not seeing. So I move that we approve. I find that the conditions have met and motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, Commissioner Fry, with a second by Commissioner Miles. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. So now, Philip, if you could present BZA 2025-79. Although it showed Momita, but you're going to do it? Okay. Okay.
Sure, we do let people take vacation sometimes.
I'm Scrooge. Grinch.
Good afternoon, Philip Zevenbergen with planning staff. BZA 2579 is a variance request in the city to reduce the building separation between 2 structures to be less than 3 feet. This would be between a primary structure and a recently constructed accessory building, which is not shown on the aerial. The new structure is in the rear yard behind here. The applicant for this case is requesting the variance on a property that is 0.18 acres in size, and it's on the west side of North Meridian, about 75 feet north of West 3rd Street, and address is 409 North Meridian. The Unified Zoning Code requires accessory structures be at least 3 feet from an additional structure, especially the principal structure. The applicant built a 16 by 14 porch addition on an existing accessory structure. This porch sits about 6 inches from the principal building, which does not meet the required separation of the code. The applicant is therefore requesting the variance from 3 feet down to 6 inches, and you'll see in the site photos kind of a visual of what this looks like. According to MABCD, the applicant was approved for a building permit for the detached garage in July of 2025, but the permit does not specify the 3-foot building separation. And so we're of the understanding that essentially it was either misunderstood or just constructed inappropriately, and it does not sit 3 feet up from the principal dwelling. Let's jump into the 5 criteria for the variance. Requirement number 1, the request is unique to the property and was not created by the applicant. The applicant states, one of my reasons I believe I am eligible for this variance would be due to the fact that I had presented the changes and dimensions of said changes, but was ultimately a lack of information on both ends. Staff does not agree with the above statement. The violation of the zoning code separation requirement is not due to a unique feature of the property, but instead was created by the applicant's actions and modifications. Essentially, ignorance of the code is not necessarily a unique feature of the property. Criteria number 2, the granting of the variance will not adversely affect the rights of adjacent property owners or residents. The variance wouldn't affect my neighbor. The porch has up to a decent amount of time, has been up a decent amount of time, and haven't heard from complaints of the neighbors whatsoever. Staff does not agree with the above statement. Staff does not foresee the porch to negatively affect the adjacent property owners. However, if approved, it could contribute to establishing a precedent. Also, the requested building separation is in violation of a fire code that could pose a risk for fire spreading. Criteria number 3, the strict application of the code would constitute an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. If I were to be denied the variance, it would prove to be difficult, expensive, and time-consuming. In order to move the porch away from the house, I would need to brace the entire porch from the northern and southern side, and in order to remove the needed distance from the porch, which would run the risk of injury or damage to the property. Another difficulty would be financial one, because I would need to reshingle the roof on the porch, relocate the support beams. In order to do that, I would need to cut into the concrete in order to form a new footing of the beams. Lastly, in all 3 areas of manual labor, which would be framing, roofing, concreting the material, and labor, that would prove more expensive than the variance. Staff does not agree with this statement. The porch has already been constructed and is currently in non-compliance. Denying the variance may require reconstructing, which is creating a hardship, but the hardship was self-imposed. Fourth criteria, the variance would not affect the public health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, general welfare, harmonious development of the community. The applicant states, in addition, if the variance is accepted, this addition would add value to both the property and the community and would not affect in any way public health. Lastly, it is my understanding that the 3 feet distance from the property only applies to the property of my neighbors and not my own. Although this error has me partially at fault, I would like to add that this is my first time applying for a building permit and didn't realize something like this would be a problem until after the inspection of the project was finished. Staff does not agree with this statement either. Approving the variance to reduce the building separation would make it a violation of the fire code and create increased risk of fire spreading in case of a fire hazard. Number 5, the variance will not be opposed to the general spirit and intent of the code. The applicant states, in addition, if the variance is accepted, this addition could add value to both the property and the community. It would not affect in any way the public health. Lastly, is my understanding that the 3 feet, basically it's a repeat of number 4. Staff does not agree with the statement. Allowing the applicant to reduce the building separation is opposed to the spirit and intent of the code. Requiring building separation is designed to work in tandem with the fire code for the safety and the welfare of the community. So with that, staff does not find that the 5 criteria are met. If the board does find that all 5 criteria are met, staff recommends approval subject to the condition that it be developed in accordance with the site plan, which is already constructed. So that's essentially already complete. Let's go through the site photos, please. Next picture. You can see here, this is where the porch is within 6 inches of the main dwelling. Next picture. Looking north toward this side, another image showing the separation between the 2 structures. Next picture. So looking east toward the site. Next picture. It's looking south away from the site. Next picture. It's looking north away from the site along the street. Looking east away from the site. Next picture. Looking west towards the site. This is the front of the house, and we're talking about the garage structures in the back. Next picture. And I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Does anyone on the commission, Commissioner Joe Johnson,
Use your.
use your microphone, please?
Was the porch built last?
I'll have to defer to the applicant on the order in which things were built.
Commissioner Aldrich.
Yep, Philip, on the picture that's shown right now, does the applicant own both properties, or?
This is all on one property. This is an accessory structure that has essentially a covered porch on it. So this is like the main dwelling, this is the rear of the property, and this is just an accessory structure on their property. So yes, they own both. It's 2 buildings on the same property.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bill Johnson.
What would happen if they connected to?
That would bring the accessory structure into non-compliance based on setbacks. My understanding is that it meets the current setbacks for accessory structures, which is less than the principal structure, and they're allowed to be less than the setbacks for a principal structure. If you do attach them, that makes this building part of the principal structure, and it would have to meet principal structure setbacks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimbelman.
Philip, was there a building permit pulled on this project, or was this?
Yes, our
found out
understanding
later?
that MABCD stated that one was pulled in July of '25.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Aldrich.
A follow-up on the other property as far as the setbacks goes. Is there enough room right there they can do a variance request on that and come into compliance?
I would have to look at exactly what the setbacks are to determine if there was another avenue. If they were to connect the buildings, they could possibly go another avenue to reduce the setbacks to make that building in compliance, but we'd have to know exactly what the setbacks are.
Commissioner Warren was first, and then
Philip, quite often when we approve accessory apartments, we have a stipulation that they can't sell the property separate. Is that a part of this case?
My understanding is this is not an accessory apartment. It's just an accessory structure like a detached garage that just happens to have an awning of kind of an extended roof line over concrete to make an outdoor living space. But I don't believe the structure itself is an apartment, like an accessory apartment. It's just a detached garage.
Commissioner Mader.
Yeah, can you tell us where, if we allowed these two to stand or to be connected, where that setback problem would be?
Sure. So if we go back to the site plan, please. The principal setbacks for the structure, if they were to be attached, they would have to maintain 6 feet on each side and then 20 feet in the rear, and they can use a portion of the alley, if that's a platted alley, to meet that. We'd need to know more information as to what those setbacks are, but I would, from what I can see, we'd likely have some issue here on the north side and likely an issue on the rear setback from the alley.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you, Philip. We'll now ask the applicant, Mr. Cazeta. Is that correct? Are you here? Yes, now you need to come to the podium. And hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. Cazada? Yeah, thank you. Yes, just give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Mhm.
I'm actually his son. I'm going to be translating
Okay.
for his part.
And is he here then?
He's right here.
Yeah, if you go join him at the podium. That way we don't have to talk back and forth across, right next to each other. Okay.
Porque lo ocupas, güey.
¿Por qué lo ocupas?
No, ¿por qué crees que deberían?
Pues porque dile que lo del Porsche fue un error entre los del permiso mío porque yo le puse el Porsche ahí, pero no me entendieron.
Okay. So he's saying that the reason for wanting to get the variance is miscommunication through both parties, even though he had given the exact dimensions on the sketch of the floor plan of said garage with the porch added. After he re-edited the floor plans, and he extended both the south wall and the west wall, I believe. And that's when he had added the porch or the living space, and he had added the dimensions to that, but what he didn't add was how far it was going to be from the main building, the house.
Porque yo pensé que eran 3 pies, pero del lado de los vecinos no da mi propiedad.
From what he understood was that it was 3 feet from other properties or other property lines from east, south, all the other stuff, which we had met, but he didn't realize it was going to be for his own property.
Y le dejé 3 pies también, pero de la pared. Pensé que eran de la pared también, no del techo.
And then he said that he had left the 3 feet, but from the post to the back wall of the building, and he didn't realize it would affect it with the roof. So since he had made the overhang by, like, I think it was a foot, or sí, un pie, que el soffit.
El soffit tiene 6 pulgadas. Sí, un pie.
Yeah, about a foot.
Yo pues hice el Porsche porque pensé que estaba ahí, no afectado.
And he had believed that it seemed to not, have any effect with any codes or anything, but that was due to ignorance, since this was our first time doing any permit or anything. We should, what's it called?
Y estaba creyendo que sí estaba en el permiso.
And he had believed that it was on the permit, that it was allowed, since he had given all the dimensions and stuff.
Hasta el día que fue el inspector a darme el...
Until the day of the inspection, when everything had been finished and painted, and
Me dijo que no estaba en el permiso.
he said I had not been on the permit, even though we had completely showed the dimensions and everything. So I think that's about everything he wants to.
Okay. I think we have a couple of questions from commissioners. Commissioner Aldrich?
Do you know what the measurements are from the property line to the existing structure now on the sides and then on the back?
To the garage.
Yes.
Son 3 pies de cada lado.
De la casa, del poste a la casa, sí.
No, de la
No.
línea de propiedad.
Del lado del sur tenemos 17 pies al garage, al
Del-
porche.
No, no digo de la estructura, de la línea de la propiedad de la estructura.
De la línea del alley,
Ajá.
del centro del alley me dijeron que eran 10 pies y es lo que tiene.
So he was told that from the center of the alley to the edge of the building had to be 10 foot, and that's what he had given it. Is that what you meant? Or
Well, no, what I'm looking for is from the property line to the east, to the north, and to, I believe it's the south of the structure right now. What are those dimensions? Is it 3 foot? Is it 10 foot? 20 foot?
de esta línea para el garage, ¿cuánto tiene?
Del lado del sur al garage son 17 pies.
So from the south to the garage is 17 foot.
Y del lado del norte son 3 pies, 6 pulgadas. No, 4 pies.
Cuatro.
Del lado del norte al garage son 4 pies.
And then from the north side to the garage is 4 feet.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, 4 foot?
4 foot, yes. From north to the garage is 4 foot.
Could we go to the site plan again, please? Okay, on the site plan, you can use the mouse up there.
Oh, that's something
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, what else? Yeah,
So-
I'm looking for that,
17.
No,
for
son
those dimensions there.
6 pulgadas menos.
Yeah, so yeah, he was wrong. It was 6 inches less, but it's 16, 6 from south to the building. From north to the building, it's 4'6", and then from what is that? West to the building is 6 foot. And then I think it's from the actual garage part of the building, not the porch part, is 14 feet to the main building. But from there, I don't think we wrote down what the distance was from the east side of the property line.
Okay, well, all that would have to be verified, but where I'm going with this, to see if there's enough room, if you made a connection, a solid connection of the awning from the garage to the house, would there be enough room to do either a administrative adjustment, or would it have to come back to the planning commission, to make an adjustment on the, on the setbacks to, if that can be done, if that would help out, otherwise, there's gonna be a problem, so I guess staff?
So I believe what you're asking is if the buildings were attached, that north side setback would need to be 6, but there is an administrative process that can reduce it as low as 3 feet, so we can definitely get 4'6" for an area less than 300 square feet, which would likely qualify for an administrative adjustment, but the buildings would have to be attached.
And that process to get them attached would be what?
You would have to work with MABCD, ensure codes are correct to physically
Has to
attach.
be a new permit for that?
We have MABCD here if you have
That's
permit
fine.
questions.
Okay. But that would require a new permit.
Likely.
Okay. Do you understand what we're
Yeah,
talking about? Okay.
Dicen que si hay la posibilidad de conectar el porche a la casa y eso tendría que ser otro permiso, pero también sería más fácil porque eso tendría que ser otro como código y
¿No los tenemos?
¿qué?
¿O sí los tenemos?
¿Qué?
¿El espacio?
Sí, porque puede bajar hasta 3 pies y pueden ser eso, pero tendrías que ver todo eso y hacer el permiso.
Ok. La otra, una pregunta. Si esto es por lo del fuego, si lo conecto a la casa, pues se va a prender más fácil. ¿Entiendes? No, pues si nos dan permiso de unirlo.
Okay, so it'd be easier to get the connection to the house instead.
Right, so what we're looking at here is, because you're not meeting the variance request,
Okay,
you don't satisfy the conditions
okay, yeah,
based on staff recommendation. What we are suggesting that there could be a solution by connecting the awning, the canopy, to the existing structure. That would require a new process, and it'd be an administrative, wouldn't have to come back to this body.
okay,
Apply with staff for that, making that connection, then you'd have to, building code and everything to make sure it satisfies, and a building permit. So,
okay, yeah, would I have to contact him or?
yeah, you'd work with staff
Okay.
and building code. So any other questions from Commissioner Zimmelman?
So this process we're talking about, was that relieve them from the fire department requirements, the point?
No. No, that's part of the permitting, right? Yeah.
The connection to the structure would have to meet building and fire code by connecting the two structures. That's part of the building permit process. And then essentially the administrative process reduces the setbacks to make the building legal. They would have to legally connect it to meet all codes too.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I guess my question now would be, if this is acceptable to the applicants, what would be our process now? Would we need to defer this
No, I think we still have to.
or deny it
Rule
or
on
whatever,
this.
and then they'd have to reapply, and then is there a waiting period before they can do that?
Sorry, folks, we have batteries that die on these microphones.
You could approve or deny today. Denying it would give them the two options of either scaling back and creating
moving it.
bigger separation,
Right,
or pursuing getting them connected and doing the setback reduction
right.
administratively.
Right.
Or you could defer to another meeting to reconsider it again, but the variance is
But I
for the
don't-
building separation, so the conversation does not move to a setback
Yeah, I
reduction.
don't see a reason for deferring it because there's really two schools of thought here. You either have to widen the gap or connect them. And connecting it is a different process.
Correct, connecting it is a different process.
La otra de esta que tenemos como un pie arriba.
If I
Yeah,
could,
I was just trying to figure out what's the easiest, simplest way to do it where we can assist them the best that we possibly can, that we're allowed to do.
All right. We do have our Chris Labram from the Building and Code Division, Director of MABCD, wants to add a couple of comments. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, as Chris Labram, MABCD. So I had not, and I do apologize to the commission, I had not considered before coming up here the option of maybe connecting the buildings. There would be a foundation issue with that too. We would have to make sure is solved, that both the roof line and the foundation would meet criteria to do that. Certainly is possible, but there may be a little bit more to that than a simple permit. One thing I would like to clarify, so the permit information we have, when we say if something was missed, I think maybe sounds a little erroneous from what I saw. So the permit that was applied for was to demo the existing detached garage and build a 24 by 32 detached garage with no trades. Our permit notes clearly state no floodplain, must maintain minimum of 3 foot from any other structure, no commercial activity, 3 foot side setback, 5 foot rear setback. On July 16th, we received an adjusted site plan, which notes sent and adjusted site plan total is 24 by 40. Setbacks remain the same. On a subsequent framing inspection, this was the same, second framing inspection passed all of the footings, foundation, and setback inspections that have been accomplished. We have a note that we must add covered patio to permit. Homeowner has added approximately 13 by 14 covered patio to detached garage. This covered patio roof comes right next to the addition on the back of the house. If a 3 foot separation is required, then the roof and eaves will have to be cut back and the footings for the posts will have to be moved. So the patio portion that is in question was added post-permit and while inspections were taking place. We discovered that on an inspection. So I do think that is important to note that it was not part of the original design that was submitted.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Labrum? Thank you, sir. Mr. Quezada, did you have anything you wanted to add to that before we open it up back to the public for comment? Our next step would be to allow for the public to make any comment unless you wanted to add to. I know, yeah, I know. He's talking, getting translation. Yes, go to the podium, please. And keep your comments to what Mr. Labrum just addressed.
Dile que yo estaba en la creencia de que estaba en el permiso.
Okay, so he's saying that with the addition to the porch after the post permit, he had believed that it was on with the current permit, and since we didn't get any like comment on anything or anything like that.
Dile que el error que cometí fue que no le puse cover porch.
¿Qué?
El error mío fue que no ponerle cover porch.
And he said the error on his behalf was that he hadn't specified that it was a covered porch, but since he didn't get any comments back after sending the revised plans, he didn't believe it was at any fault or anything.
Y luego dile que también si lo conecto acá, no sabemos si la fundación de la casa vieja esté muy, porque está sentada en bloque.
And then he's saying with what you were saying about the connecting the porch to the main building, he doesn't believe the foundation of the main building would be strong enough due to the fact that it's on blocks, so it would cause another difficulty.
Es casa vieja.
And it's like a pretty old house. The only main thing we've really done to it was siding and drywall.
El porche tiene, las columnas tienen un purin de 30 pulgadas por.
And then
What I'm hearing.
the said porch is on footing that is 30 feet by ¿cuánto?
30 pulgadas. 30 inches.
30 inches, sorry, by
Como 18 o 20 pulgadas.
by like 20 feet,
20
which
inches.
is 20 inches, sorry, which is what's keeping it up. But he wouldn't think that the foundation of the house would
Okay,
support that.
thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this case? Anyone? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. And since you had the rebuttal opportunity from the staff, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion and action. Commissioner Bill Johnson.
Well, I think there's enough issues that this needs to be deferred so they can look at their structure to see if there's anything they can do with that. If not, then they'll bring it back and then we'll either approve it or make him cut 2.5 foot off or whatever.
Was that a
Motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
I guess our next meeting.
It's like our next meeting's January 15th. The next one after that is January 29th.
Let's go to the 29th or tell them how long it.
I agree.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bill Johnson to defer this item to January 29th with the second by, who was it? Commissioner McKay? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Quezada, please work with staff. Your next opportunity for this will be heard on January 29th. So work on a possible solution. Okay, so with that, we will adjourn the BZA agenda and return to our Planning Commission agenda. And our first case is item 3.2. Is that correct? Is that what you all have? I'm sorry, 4.1. Yeah. 4.1.
Good afternoon again, Philip Zevenbergen for the record. Con 2025-141 is a conditional use request to permit a recreational vehicle campground on property zoned rural residential that's 4.8 acres, 6 acres in size and is located at 6255 South 159th Street East. This case was originally heard on November 13th, 2025, and was deferred to today's date to give the applicant opportunity to present conditions to the Planning Commission that he would possibly be willing to accept as additional conditions of approval if the board were to move to approve it. Brief recap of the meeting on November 13th. There was one public comment in opposition at that meeting with concerns about proximity of the RVs near their dwelling, in addition to transient nature of the residents and traffic on a gravel road, which is South 159th Street East. The minutes of that meeting are in your staff report. There may be more details to those comments, but that's some generalities of what the comments were. The Planning Commission had a motion to approve it, which did not have enough votes to move forward. It had a motion to deny it, which did not have enough votes to move forward. And there was discussion about possible additional conditions, and it eventually boiled down to, instead of the commission creating them on the spot, to defer the item to give opportunity for the applicant to maybe come up with some conditions based on the comments received at the meeting to be presented to the Planning Commission for their consideration today. So that's what we're going to focus on today. In your staff report on page 2, there's a third paragraph that lists 3 conditions that I received from the applicant to be included for consideration today. They have been added to the alternate action at the end of your staff report. The staff recommendation has not changed. It is still to recommend denial of it, but we'll just focus on the additional conditions from the applicant. Number 1 would be updating the site plan to prohibit RVs from parking along the north property line within 115 feet of the east property line. That's approximately at like this location. The applicant provided me a line on a drawing. There was not a specific dimension. I used GIS to get an approximate dimension, and I came up with 115 feet. That obviously can be massaged one way or the other. The number 2 was maximum number of RVs permitted on the site would be no greater than 20, with a caveat that this does not include any personal RVs owned by the applicant, which are stored on site and not used for camping. The property owner can store his own RVs on his site today. He just wanted to make sure that the count did not include his own personal ones, which are not being used for camping, but otherwise any ones coming on site to rent a camping spot would be limited to 20. And then the third one was that a maximum stay for any RV was 8 months. I'm going to flip to our recommended language in the alternative. If the Planning Commission were to move to approve this, we added some language that says no vehicle, RV, personal automobile, truck, trailer, or the like shall be permitted to park along the north. That would prohibit if a camper were to come in with an RV and towing a car along the way from having any vehicle parked. Whether it was essentially a toy, an ATV that they brought, or their own personal vehicle, any vehicle parked in that area. So we added some language to that for your consideration. We left number 2 alone. That one was fine regarding the number of RVs on the site. Number 3, we added a caveat that the applicant would need to maintain a logbook of stays, which would be available for inspection upon request by the county staff. County staff would be essentially county code enforcement. If a complaint were to be filed regarding concern about the length of a stay, there would need to be proof kept as to which vehicle came when and if it ever left and things like that. And then we added a 4th one, and simply because if there was going to be a motion for approval that identified an area where no parking needs to be for RVs, and the number of RVs at a time, that we would just need a revised site plan that illustrates the conditions of approval. So that was the number 4 that staff added. Nothing else in the staff report has changed, and kind of for the sake of time, I will leave it there and stand for any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll now ask the applicant to come forward. Identify yourself with your name and your address, please.
My name is Adam Drone. I live at 6255 South 159th Street South on 63rd.
Thank you, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Some of the staff had asked a few questions, which I have gone back in and revised some of the language that was previously stated. A couple of the staff members and public has asked about background checks. A very close family member of mine worked for Home on the Range, which is on the north side of town, which was owned by Herb, I can't pronounce,
Crumsick.
Yep, he owned 15 of them under his management company. I did talk with him last year, and if need be, I can prove phone records and emails. Some of their language in their park rules is 2 out of 3 overnights get background checks just to see if they meet the requirements. So I'm not opposed to doing that. Generally, that happens if the girls in the office are bored or there's nothing to do, they just start running checks because it's a paid program. Anything over 3 days requires a background check to make sure there's no criminal history. That can be brought into the park. So some stuff I have changed and other stuff I have found out from people who has worked in a local park. As far as, a couple commissioners have asked, limits on stays, I'm in agreement with that. As far as the logbook goes, I agree with that. If it's something that needs to be done, that's fine. As far as safety and concerns for the public, I currently have 14 cameras on property. 2 monitor the front road, the rest monitor the property. 2 are infrared motion tracking currently on my building that monitors 360 degrees all the way around it. So I'm not concerned about safety on property. Everything did get what do you want to call it? Property lines got reestablished in November to make sure that nothing's encroaching on a neighbor. That was done first part of November. So I'll answer any questions you guys have.
So are you in agreement with the staff's recommended alternative points? They had listed 8. Are you in agreement with all 8 of those?
There's nothing to go against on them.
Okay.
If the 115 feet out front needs to be grass, I'm fine with that. If it makes everybody comfortable. As far as the logbook, I'm okay with that. Because it keeps everybody in compliance.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Dool.
So, you own some RVs yourself. How many do you own?
I own 2. I own a 45-foot Sanibel, which is a 2024. And I also own a 2016 20-foot Forest River that I use for work.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, sir. You'll need to stand by. Now we'll ask any members of the public who wish to comment on this item. Anyone? Please come to the podium, give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay. My name's Kip Straight. I live at 6231 South 159th, which is right next door to the applicant. We'll leave this one up and I might ask for pictures to come up later. But at our first meeting, we were accused of not telling all about the commercial businesses that was on the street that would make this RV park compatible with the area. You were misled. I have letters from the neighbors mentioned of the applicant having as a commercial business. You were told that there's a trucking company across the street with semis that come and go on a regular basis. And the fact is, it's a neighbor. He's an owner-operator of one cattle hauler. It's not a trucking company with semis coming and going on typical travels. And he typically travels once a week. There's nothing that's picked up or dropped off at this property. There's only one on his property that that the owner describes as a hobby antique, not for hire, and he starts it up once a year. His property is for parking only. He's not running a company out of there. And he couldn't be here today because his wife is recovering from a surgery, but I do have a letter from him stating that. There was also told there's a large salvage yard in the area that has car haulers coming in and out regularly. The fact is, it's not a business. It's not a salvage yard. It's a piece of property the owner keeps his collection of junk on. There's no business name on it other than a nickname that the owner gave it. There's no open hours. There's no address. Can't even Google it. He sells items off of that property to friends and people who contact him off his personal Facebook page only. And the landowner says there's no car haulers coming in and out of there. The biggest vehicle that comes in there is an F-350, which is a 1-ton, that pulls a flatbed trailer to pull something off of it. Not a car hauler coming in and out on a regular basis. And he said that's only once, maybe twice a week. It was also brought up that there's an automotive shop at the end of a cul-de-sac. Could you go back to the first page, please?
Just go ahead and keep talking.
Okay.
while we pull
At
it
the
up.
end of the cul-de-sac, there is an auto mechanic shop. Other than it being in Butler County, and it's not on our road, it's down around a ways and at the end of a cul-de-sac. I don't know any information on it to speak about. And the applicant also stated somewhere down here, there's a daycare center. That daycare is within 1,000 feet of his property. And this is a quiet residential area, rural residential area, and an RV park would not be compatible to it. 30 years ago.
Sir, your time. Can you wrap up with one
Yes,
statement?
yes.
One statement.
Yes, 30 years ago, I had a realtor knock on my door, ask me to sign a petition for someone to put in a modular on our original covenants that states no modulars, prefabbed homes. And at that time, and it was denied. It was recognized 30 years ago. Why isn't that covenants recognized now with temporary housing?
Thank you,
I
sir.
appreciate your guys' time and hearing us out. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker. Name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Brad Bays. I live at 6141 South 159th Street. I'm 3 properties up, the larger property with the livestock. Also, I did see from earlier some of the minutes from the last meeting, and we do have a business on our property, but it's livestock. We have cows and we have ostriches. It's not open to the public. We don't run anything in and out. Maybe 3 times a year, I'll fill a trailer and haul to sale. That's it. But my biggest concerns with the RV park is we're not talking about rural commercial businesses doing rural things. We're talking about people. We're talking about transient people. And we're talking about, when we even mentioned background checks, are we talking about Kansas background checks for people that don't even live in Kansas? Are we talking about United States, full workup background checks so that we know that the safety and everything of our families are being looked after? I appreciate the fact that there might be 14 cameras on his property, but what about mine? Do I have to worry about transient people that are coming in that don't have anything personal invested in the area? Do I have to worry about anything on my property or the surroundings? Everything goes negatively, in my opinion, when you're adding this many people. You're talking about a potential of 20 trailers where you could have 1 to 3 people in trailers. Do they all have to have bathrooms? Do they all have to have water hookups? We haven't discussed any of these things. Is he going to provide a restroom that's public for somebody that's in a tent in the front? Are we going to allow a camper that doesn't have a bathroom? that's still considered an RV. I mean, does it have to have all the facilities? I mean, all these things are your septic system, your water runoff. When we have permanent grade, it creates more runoff and faster runoff to ditches that we don't even, that currently don't even support what we have runoff on. Okay, the roads are constantly, the whole entire mile and a half in that area, it's constantly, the road's torn up because of the traffic already. So those are my major concerns. I'm more, really typically in my whole family is concerned about the amount of people we're talking. We don't know who they are. We don't know who they came from. We don't know their backgrounds. And they're going to be living for potentially 6 to 8 months right next to us and then just moving on without a care in the world. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next speaker? Anyone else? Anyone else? Final call. Okay, you'll be after her.
Hi, I'm Molly Nesper. I live at 15606 East 63rd South, and we're the property that,
Use the mouse to point to it on the map.
we're this property right here.
Okay, thank you.
So our house is up here, but we used to have horses. My husband was on the mounted unit for the police department. And one of our big concerns is, you know, if we were to have horses again, or we sold this and there's an RV park here, how private is that going to be with people wanting to pet horses, feed horses, any of that? We are also concerned about campfires. If people are in tents, how are they feeding themselves without campfires? And on a day like today, what would happen there? Our pastures are typically pretty dry. They would go up in an instant. I haven't heard anything about animals, dogs, cats being addressed. And if every camper had a dog that's out barking at night, that is going to be incredibly noisy. We moved out into the country because we needed to board our horse. We like the quiet out there. We're not on top of each other, but and I don't have anything against RV parks, but I do with the proximity of all of our land being next to people that are coming and going. Our house and our land is our biggest investment. When we look at our wealth, that's it. I need to be able to keep that for our well-being, and the fact that if somebody wouldn't want to buy it because there is an RV park next to it, that would affect us. I believe in rules and guidelines. I was a principal for I don't know how many years. Those guidelines need to help with decisions. The last time we were at the meeting, I really didn't hear after Philip or Mr. Philip. After he spoke, I really didn't hear any mention of those. And I feel like those are the things that need to help guide important decisions. And when I go back and when I went back and looked at them, we looked at the community investments plan that discouraged the encroachment of land because of noise, dust, odor, light, and other impacts. That's all there.
Ma'am, your time is allotted. Can you wrap up with one sentence?
I'm going to say basically this really boils down to the benefits of one person outweighing the guidelines and the desires of the neighbors.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Ms. Nespor.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Chris Straight, 6231 South, 159th Street East.
Well, your
And can
first,
I-
your name again, Chris Straight?
Chris Straight, yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
And please
can I
try
have the
not to
public
repeat.
comment slide?
Please try not to repeat anything that's already been said. We still have other public speakers. If
Coming
you're in
into-
agreement, just say
yeah.
you're in agreement with other speakers, and
Yeah.
thank you.
Coming into this process, we were told to come to you with information based on the golden factors. Both staff and neighbors have submitted golden factors 1 through 8 detailing the negative effects an RV park would have to our rural residential area. Also presented were the community investment, recommended denial twice by staff, and a letter from the Gibson Township stating the inability to keep up with the demands of the RV traffic. They are, in fact, the professionals currently treating it, and we ask that their opinion be the only one considered on this matter. I have a copy of the letter from the Gibson Township as well. We have come with factual information and letters from appropriate sources. Unfortunately, you were given information that was not correct, without proof or foundation, that portrayed our neighborhood falsely. Votes were formed from that information, and I quote, "The RV park would be compatible with the area." Respectfully, we ask that you revisit the submissions presented to you. At the last meeting, we were asked that due to the close proximity of our home to the proposed RV park, that no RVs be outside our bedroom window. The applicant was to consider the security and privacy of our home. The applicant has submitted a new picture showing a red line of where RVs would be. He states this would keep RVs from our bedroom window. Here's a picture from my bedroom window. Could you pull that up a little bit? So here's a windowsill there. So there they are. Here's a picture that shows that, they're right still outside there. As a reminder, that's 100 feet. We feel no attempt has been made to compromise on this condition. The applicant has also not wavered on the amount of RVs he would like. His initial request was 20 to 25. He has submitted now 22, 20 customers and 2 his. So I guess that's 20 customers. The committee had suggested 10 to be considered. Again, we don't feel any attempt has been to compromise. The applicant was asked to compromise on a 6-month period stay. He would like 8 unless they are deployed military that can't get back to move their RV. I assume that's anything from 6 to 36 months. We don't know, right? I feel his revisions show little concern for fellow neighbors and the committee's recommendations. And even with these conditions placed, when we asked the committee how the conditions would be enforced, the commission stated only attempt could be made to enforce them. Please consider if attempt would be good enough for you and your family's security and privacy in regards to a multifamily temporary housing within 100 feet. Lastly, we never in a million years would think that 25 of us, and I have 25 signatures, that we would think that we moved to a rural residential area and would spend years investing in it, that we would be fighting to keep it due to one individual.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Straight.
you.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Straight. Next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Martin. I live at 6217 South 159th Street East, Roseville, Kansas. My property is further north, right here. And if you were to look at a geographical map of Sedgwick County, you'd see that along this stretch of road, we are at the high point, and water all runs downhill to the south from our place. Currently, we do not have the infrastructure to handle the rainfall when it's bad now. If we get several days of sustained rain, the sand washes off. We don't have ditches to speak of. They're more like depressions. Mr. Phillips built in a house down here at the corner, the intersection of 159th and 63rd Street South. He ended up putting in ditches to try to handle the rainwater that was washing out his driveway and making it a muddy mess. His ditches now in the last 2 years are already pretty much full of sand. The little culvert's not going to handle any more increase in water. It doesn't now. The fact is 2 acres of natural meadow will run off about 1,500 gallons of water per per inch of rain. Let me see if I got that right. 1,500 gallons of water for an inch of rain. I think that's per hour. And 2 acres with driveways and parking facilities, compacted soil. That will increase to around 54,000 gallons of water for 1 inch of rain. Our road can't handle that. You can't even put in ditches along there unless you were to remove a couple of trees. So the county would have to put in about 3 football fields length of ditches and improve the runoff so the water could get down to 63rd Street where the infrastructure has been put in to handle it. If you don't take care of the rain situation, every time we get a sustained rain or a toad choker, that is going to become a muddy mess down there, and additional traffic isn't going to help the situation. It probably would become like 71st Street, 1 mile south of Hidden Lakes Golf Course. That stretch of gravel road where Greenwich meets 71st Street, where it jogs over, that's been a problem for years. They've dealt with trying to keep it to where rainwater could come west on 71st Street.
Ms. Martin, you've used up your time.
Okay, and I live at 6217 South 159th Street East.
Thank you. I appreciate you adding toad choker to our minutes. I don't think that's happened before. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Next speaker.
My name's Eric Nesper. I live at 15606 East 63rd Street South. Something that's not been asked yet is, are there going to be limited hours to come and go? Are we going to have motor coaches pull in with diesel engines at 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're going to be idling at the RV park if they're pulling a trailer, if they're pulling a car? They're going to drive away from that. They're going to back in. When they get ready to leave, those coaches have to build air for their brakes and to get up to ride height. They're going to be idling for 5-10 minutes, building air. Are we going to have to listen to that diesel engine idle back there? The big coaches, they get their hot water. They get their heat from Aqua Hots. It's a hydroponic heating system. I'm actually a certified technician to work on them. I work for a motor coach company. If those are not tuned correctly, they are going to blow the blackest, stinkiest smoke out of that exhaust pipe you've ever seen. They're pitch black, they're gray, and they smell. You get 20 of those going at one time. Can you imagine? Would you want that in your backyard? Would you want that noise in your backyard? If you can come back and say, well, they can run off electricity, electric heat. Yes, they can. Below 30 degrees, they're ineffective. They have to run off the diesel fuel to be effective. My main concern, though, is coming and going at all hours of the night, because has anybody been traveling and they got into their hotel late? It's the same thing, except they're not just turning off a car and walking into a hotel. They're going to idle. They're going to back up 3-4 times if they don't get pulled in correctly the first time. And what's to keep, so my wife pointed out where we live, what's to keep these folks from coming onto our property that's staying there? We have a 4-strand smooth wire fence that was there for livestock. You can come and go just as easy as you want onto our property. And it's far enough back, nobody will ever know you're doing it unless something bad happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next speaker? Anyone else?
I do have one.
Oh, yes. please go to the podium. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
62.
Hold on, wait till you get to the microphone.
Oh.
Your name?
Paul Martin, 6217 South 159th Street. And Adam, are these going to...
Sir, it's commission. You're addressing the commission.
Oh, hell.
And then
Okay.
he can hear the question and then can answer it in his
I
rebuttal.
guess my question is, are these spots going to be on pads, cement pads? Are they going to be individually wired for power? And probably more than anything, is he going to have a dump station or individual plumbing? Hopefully not to his lagoon, but I know there's other ways. And also, does an RV have to adhere to the requirements of a mobile home? I know you can sit in them with leveling jacks, something that's going to be there for a long time. Do they have to be blocked? Can they be anchored? Or do they anchor them? You know, I don't know.
Okay.
I know one thing, that the straits are close enough. At some point, he's probably going to be fishing one out of his lagoon. You know, it don't take much to roll one of them things, and if there ain't nothing to keep them put, they're going to end up in somebody else's yard. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's
Any questions for the speaker? So I know staff can address as relates to the zoning code as it defines a recreational vehicle. Philip, do you want to, or JR? And I think the staff report also said that the parking stall should be on an all-weather surface. So
to answer the question about whether a recreational vehicle is regulated like a manufactured home, it is not. It is a vehicle. It is not a permanent dwelling. I don't know that I've seen usually an RV that's blocked and tied down. I guess you probably could do that, but I don't know that I've ever seen one. I'm not sure, given how I know that RVs are built personally, I'm not sure they would take much of a strapping down, frankly, but did that help?
I think so. Thank you. Next speaker? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come back for rebuttal. You'll have up to 2 minutes to address questions and concerns expressed by the public speakers.
As far as tying RVs down, they don't tie them down. I've owned one since I was 16 years old. They just don't. As far as surfaces go, we were looking at rock pads and rock driveways to match two of the other parks in Sedgwick County. One comment that Kip had mentioned about the salvage yard, about things not coming and going. Photo was taken yesterday at 1:54 p.m. of forklifts unloading cars off of trailers. And it's on my phone right here. Cameras don't lie. And that's all.
There was a question about hours of operation.
Hours of operation, most parks operate office hours from 9 to 6. There is occasions where people do get stuck on weather and they do come in late. Can you do anything about it? No, you can't control Mother Nature. Most parks that I've ever stayed at, they try to get you in early so that you're settled, at least before 10 o'clock, especially depending on where you're at inside city or county. There's some ordinances that don't let people come in after 10 o'clock, but you can't control the weather.
I think we had a question from Commissioner Warren.
Do you have hookups for water, electric, and sewer? And the sewer hookup that's going to the lagoon, is that regulated by the county?
There will be sewer and water and electrical hookups at each site, yes. And that will all be regulated by the MABCD.
Commissioner Zimbelman.
We may have talked about this, but if we have, forgive me, my memory's kind of old, but are you going to have an electronic gate to control the traffic coming in and out?
What do you mean electronic?
Well, just like you drive up to storage facility, they have a gate that allow you to come in if you enter a code.
There's currently a gate there that's manually operated, but there is plans to put in a powered gate, yes, just to keep people from walking off property or, just showing up unannounced. And the question has come up, and I even talked with Philip when he was out at the site about fence height on privacy screens, which is required for this application. I believe the minimum is 6 foot. We're still waiting on the manufacturer to get back with us on quotes for the screening material.
I would have felt a lot better about this if you would have brought some sort of a plan for the sewage, the water, and the security and the cameras and the lighting. At this point, I can't vote for this because I don't know enough about it.
The only comment I can say is we didn't know how many slots would be approved or denied, so that's why there's not yet.
Any other questions for the speaker? Commissioner Klontz. There it's not.
Will you allow open fires for primitive camping?
I don't think there's any open fires allowed in Sedgwick County right now. That's per fire code. It goes off the fire district, ma'am.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the commission, thank you, sir. I'll bring it back for discussion among the commission. Commissioner Mader.
I still have the same problem that I had when we heard this the last time, that in effect, we can be introducing multifamily housing. We can be introducing 20 virtually permanent units. They rotate out, but we could have 20 units there in rural residential area, and I just can't support that. So I won't be able to based on that.
Okay. I will make a motion to deny in agreement with the staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussions or seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the denial, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Then we have one in the negative. Two. So it'd be 10-2? 10-2 to approve the denial. We had a motion by me and a second by Miles. Bill Johnson and Commissioner Warren were the noes. All right. Next case, item 4.3. You guys are good to go. We're done with that case. So it was denied. Against the denial, it was Warren and Johnson, Bill Johnson. Thank you. I'm sure it would be. That's staff will do that.
We can talk tomorrow if you'd like. Yep. Okay, item 4.3, PUD 2527. It is a zone change request in the county from SF20 to PUD to create the Harry Crossings Plan Unit Development number 154. Property is 26.2 acres in size and on the southeast corner of East Harry Street and South 143rd Street East. The purpose of the rezoning would be create a commercial and/or residential development or a mixture of the two. The applicant is requesting this. There could have been another alternative. It would have included a zone change as well. Again, it is currently SF20. Had they requested limited commercial zoning, they would have been required to establish a community unit plan because it is 6 acres or greater. The PUD is accomplishing the same thing with one application, and they effectively are similar in how they are treated, where the PUD does give us a little bit more flexibility with the zoning code, but effectively you have a cohesive development plan, which would be the intent of the community unit plan if a straight-up zone change to LC was stated. So they went the route of the planned unit development. The PUD would permit all uses by right in the limited commercial district, including all residential housing types, but it would exclude recycling collection stations, marine facility recreational, sexually oriented business. Any of the uses that require conditional uses in the limited commercial district would require an amendment to the planned unit development, which goes through a public hearing process like we are going through right now. These permitted uses are more restrictive than what is permitted in the existing LC districts that are to the west here and this corner to the north. Those are straight up LC, no protective overlays, no community unit plans. So this would establish uses, but actually restrict some that could be allowed on those locations. The planned unit development proposes some difference in setbacks and height requirements, mostly related to internal development. It would be required to meet standard setbacks along the perimeter of the planned unit development when related to adjacent properties, but would allow for some flexibility regarding some reduced setbacks for residential as well as non-residential type of uses within the planned unit development as a whole. Though the height would be proposed to be 60 feet, the planned unit development states that compatibility requirements per the Unified Zoning Code would be in effect, which limit the height related to buildings within 50 feet of a residentially zoned property outside of the planned unit development. You have single family SF5, SF20, essentially on most sides with two variations where the limited commercial is at. These compatibility requirements include setback requirements, which is minimum of 15 and a maximum of 25, which would actually put a greater setback along the perimeter than what the PUD would allow just for straight up. So compatibility actually makes it more restrictive than what could be done internally to the PUD. This is designed by the zoning code to promote compatibility between commercial and residential uses, and they are wanting to follow that. Screening, landscaping, and lighting. The PUD requires screening of non-residential uses to adhere to the standards of the zoning code. This requires a minimum of a 6 to 8 foot screening fence along the east and south property lines, and portions of the north and west property lines would either require screening or would require landscaping depending on how the site is developed. And that's where the screening of per the zoning code and the Wichita landscape ordinance combine. Though this property is in Sedgwick County, is it understood that if the zoning is approved that they would annex into the city of Wichita, and as such they wrote the PUD to require adherence to the Wichita landscape code, assuming that that would occur. The PUD also requires screening of roof-mounted mechanical equipment as well as ground mechanical equipment, loading docks, trash receptacles, loading areas, and outdoor storage. That's all standard per the code. Landscaping would be per the Wichita landscape ordinance, as I just described. This applies to external property lines as well as internal property lines if this PUD were to develop with a mixture of non-residential and residential uses. Lighting would adhere to the code, which restricts height limits of lighting fixtures to 15 feet within 200 feet of residential zoning. And as standard per the code, it requires cutoff luminaries and lights to be directed down and away from properties to mitigate light trespass. Signage would be per the applicable sign code. It's currently in Sedgwick County, but however, if it was to be annexed, it would be following the city of Wichita sign code. There is a review of the sign code in the staff report. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do extensive detail. Essentially, it manages how many signs and the square footage based on linear frontage along 143rd as well as Harry Street. Building signs that are illuminated cannot face residential zoning. You could have a building sign that is not illuminated facing residential zoning. There's some distance requirements there as well. If it exceeds 150 feet, then it could be lighted, but if it's within 150 feet, building signs cannot be lit if they face residential zoning. The parking and circulation would be per the code, and that would be determined at the time that uses are established. It would just follow the parking requirement for those uses. The surrounding context, north of the property is in the city of Wichita. As you can see, it's zoned a mix of SF5 single family and LC limited commercial. The SF5 zone property is a platted reserve with landscaping, and then on the other side of the platted reserve is the single family home. So you can kind of see that reserve kind of goes like this, and then it's the backyards of the homes. Property to the east is zone SF5 in the city, and it is developed as a church. A little bit farther south is SF20 in the county. I believe it's part of the church property. It's just not actually part of the city. It's more like a recreation field related to the church. In 2024, an administrative adjustment was approved for the church to allow them to have an LED sign. Property to the south is in Sedgwick County and is zoned SF20 and is developed with large lot single-family residential lots. And you can see there's a few of them. Property to the west is LC at the corner. It's SF5 right here and it's SF20 here. These properties, the LC and the SF5 are in the city. And then there's a very small sliver of SF20 in the county. All of those properties are currently undeveloped. A little bit of case history. In 2003, a 1 acre tract submitted an application for a zone change from SF20 to LC. However, that application was withdrawn prior to any type of publication or public hearing. I think it was actually withdrawn within a couple days of it actually being filed. So nothing actually happened from there. The property is unplatted. Platting is required. Prior to the pulling of commercial building permits, they could build right now one single family home. There's currently a single family home because it's essentially one large lot. If they wanted to subdivide and just do single family homes in there, they would have to plat if they're subdividing more than 4 and if the acreage is less than 20. So platting is likely in all circumstances. The site has access to East Harry and South 143rd. East Harry is a paved 2-lane city arterial with open ditches. South 143rd is a paved 2-lane county arterial with open ditches. The intersections of the two streets includes left turn lanes in each direction. The Wichita Capital Improvement Program identifies funding in 2027 for reconstruction and expansion of East Harry from South 127th Street, which is off the screen, to the intersection of 143rd. In 2030, the plan identifies for expansion and reconstruction of 143rd Street from Harry down to Pawnee. Wichita Water and Sewer are nearby. They do serve the subdivisions that are around. They would need to be extended in order to develop this site in the future. We go to the comprehensive plan map, please. The comprehensive plan identifies the site in a couple different categories. The light brown color is new residential, and the hatch mark is new residential employment mix. So it does anticipate some level of higher intensity uses in the future. This map is identified to project out to properties that could be developed or redeveloped by 2035. With the new residential, it does have a caveat in there that commercial uses could be in this category based on market-driven factors and based on locational guidelines that state that commercial uses should be geared toward the corner of arterial intersections, which is what this intersection is. Staff feels that commercial is appropriate at this location based on the review of the comprehensive plan. Another land use compatibility guideline states that mixed-use development should provide appropriate screening and buffering to ensure compatibility with surrounding low-intensity land uses while maintaining connectivity among them. The PUD requires screening, landscaping, and compatibility guidelines when it deals with properties outside of the PUD to buffer the subject site from the PUD. In addition, buffering to the site from low-density residential, there's a church and its property that buffers it from the lower residential to the east. There's East Harry Street and the platted reserve that also serves as buffering to the single-family residences to the north. Again, property to the west, this LC property right now is unrestricted from any type of protective overlay or anything like that, and many of the uses in this PUD can be developed at that corner at any time. Overall, staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions that are in your staff report. The recommended PUD language is also in your staff report. Staff did not have any recommended changes. We were working with the applicant throughout the process with some comments and questions, and were able to refine it with something that they were agreeable to as well. So those were addressed prior to the Planning Commission hearing today. Your staff report included some public comment. I also forwarded public comment that I received after the staff report was completed, and those were given to you via email for your review ahead of time, and we will be hearing from folks later today. With that, we can go through the site pictures. This is looking east at the north end of the site. This is the single-family home that's in the northwest corner of the site. Next picture. This is going south on 143rd. This is looking east at the south end of the site. Next picture. This is looking east at the property south of the subject site. Next picture. This is going back north on 143rd. This is across the street on the south end of the site, an undeveloped field. I think it's a cotton field, it looks like. Next picture. This is the north or the southwest corner of the intersection. This property is zoned LC and is undeveloped. Next picture. This is at the intersection looking to the northwest with the single family homes on the northwest corner of the intersection. Next picture. Looking north away from the site, this undeveloped portion is the LC property. My understanding is that property owners within the subdivision here actually own this corner property. But you can see the landscape buffer that is here that is in between the property and the backyards of the homes. Next picture. Looking north from the east portion of the site. Next picture. And then coming back the other direction, this is the church that is east of the site. Next picture. And then the eastern side of the subject site. Next picture. And then looking south at the western portion of the site, that's the single family home and the current outbuildings that are on the site as well. With that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah, Philip, do you by chance know what the distance is between the applicant's property and the residential property to the east where Grace First Church is located? Yeah, right in there.
I don't know off the top of my head. If I were to guesstimate, probably at least 200 feet. Just a total guess.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Commissioner Joe Johnson. Microphone.
Can you show us where the middle school and the high school are in this area?
There's a school farther south on 143rd, closer to Pawnee. It's a K-8, I believe. Yeah, it's off the screen. It's closer to Pawnee.
High school's way down.
Yeah, the high school is much, much farther away.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Philip? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll ask the applicant agent to come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Kim Edgington, PSC Consulting, 2532 North Cardinal Drive, Wichita, Kansas. Before I start with my presentation, I will just answer Mr. Aldrich's question. That is 395 feet is the width of the property that the church owns.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, we are in complete agreement with the staff comments, and we appreciate the time that staff put in to work with us through that process, giving suggestions, recommendations, to come up with a set of PUD provisions that thoroughly address the future development of this property. And while we understand the concerns associated with new growth in an area that's been on the outskirts of the city, I think we can all agree that the issues that were raised are similar in nature to those expressed regarding nearly every new development project that comes before this commission. And while, you know, it may be frustrating to neighbors to not be able to review and give their blessing to a very concrete development concept site plan, that's just not the point that we are at in this development. The appropriate time for specific site plans, they will come before this board, they will come before the staff at such time as we have some defined users in place. So the creation of this PUD allowed for restrictions regarding bulk regulations, allowed uses, signage, screening, lighting, parking, landscaping, and such, and is the very first step in the process that will go through several levels of scrutiny, from this commission to city staff to the appropriate governing body. And many of the issues that have been raised in the letters that you receive are going to be addressed and required to be dealt with your well-defined standards of subdivision regulations at the time of platting. So specifically in terms of traffic, the Kellogg improvement that has been referenced it's already underway and will be completed long before this project ever begins on this property, which would reasonably be estimated to be at least 5 to 10 years in the future. There is, Philip mentioned all of the other improvement projects that are currently budgeted in the CIP plan. So there is a clear recognition by planners and engineers that this is an area that is experiencing an accelerating level of growth. And it stands to reason that any development on this property will not occur until after those improvements, those significant improvements have been made. We would prefer to avoid those kind of disruptions on this property, due to the construction. And we would like to also take advantage of utilizing the improvements that are being made. Regardless, additional dedications of right-of-way improvement guarantees are going to be made at the time of platting and will ensure adequate access and improvements to support the development on this site. The 390-foot, 5-foot wide church property to the east and the likelihood that any detention is going to occur along this south property where there's an existing pond also ensures that there's no risk of traffic being routed through any adjacent residential subdivisions. So, and drainage, as you know, will be thoroughly studied and incorporated into the plat when we come to that point of development. Will be reviewed by this commission and the appropriate governing body. We did choose to submit this as a PUD rather than a CUP because of the requirement to show parcels and the way the property is going to be developed on a CUP. And once you show those parcel boundaries on a CUP, that can become a basis for future expectations. So this process gives us the ability to go back through the PUD amendment process to record a plat that will reflect how the property is going to be developed, what portions may be residential and what portions may be commercial, and then adjust the CUP to reflect that accordingly. So yes, the character of the neighborhood has been residential in the past, but it is squarely in the path of increasing commercial development that is recognized as being appropriate in the community investments plan, both the future land use map and the locational guidelines. This is a plan that's been thoroughly reviewed by this commission, approved by the Wichita City Council, approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The current single-family residence and agricultural use on this property is not the highest and best use of property in terms of long-term community benefit and growth in a rapidly developing sector of our regional metropolitan area. This development's very similar to a piece that you approved for commercial zoning just a few years ago at the southeast corner of Pawnee and 127th, which was granted 30 acres of straight LC zoning. And there were no concept plans, there was no development plan, there was no specified end user for that project either. There are some inherent built-in limitations as to how much commercial development can be at this intersection based on the single-family residential to the north and the single acre of limited commercial zoning there. So it is very reasonable to look at this major intersection of arterials to adopt 26 acres of zoning. And you received a letter from Adam Jones that purports that the staff report acknowledges that the PUD provisions do not adequately mitigate visual, lighting, or noise impacts. And that is patently false, because on the contrary, the staff report clearly indicates that the PUD text includes all recommended language per the applicable standards of the Unified Zoning Code. This is also confirmed by the fact that staff has no recommended changes to the PUD text and is satisfied that the appropriate measures to mitigate these impacts have already been incorporated into the document, and that they are recommending it be approved. So with that, I would respectfully request that you rely on the professional opinion of planning staff who have thoroughly reviewed this proposal and determined it to be in complete compliance with the adopted review criteria of the Golden Rules. And I will be glad to stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Kim. Commissioner Aldridge.
Yeah, Kim, staff recommendations in the PUD text 154, do you agree with all staff recommendations?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, Kim. Please stand by. All right, so does anyone from the public like to speak on this item? This is your opportunity, just like the last group. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cody Branham. I'm with Adams Jones Law Firm. Our address is 1635 North Waterfront Parkway. I represent the Hunters Point Homeowners Association, which is this neighborhood, which is separated from the subject property by Grace First Church. Wanted to start my comments with, first and foremost, the association's opposition is not opposition to general development, but rather opposition to what is really an undefined and open-ended PUD. The applicant seeks approval for essentially all uses permitted under the limited commercial district without identifying what they actually intend to build here. And really, the absence of that concept plan deprives both the public and the members of this commission of any meaningful opportunity to evaluate impacts and consider reasonable restrictions. You can't design restrictions about something you don't know may or may not be there. So in effect, you're essentially being asked to approve what could be the most intense use permitted in the limited commercial district with actual details withheld to some point in the future. As a result, we're left to assume that anything that could be permitted in the limited commercial district is what they intended to do. That could be a car wash, it could be a convenience store, it could be a hotel or a motel, could be a drinking establishment, or a vehicle repair facility. We have no idea. So in light of those potential uses in our analysis, the golden factors simply support denial. I want to keep my comments in terms of time considerations pretty limited today. As was discussed, aside from Grace First Church to the east of the subject property, the surrounding area consists entirely of long-established single-family residential neighborhoods. Although, yes, the property to the west is zone limited commercial, we all know that that's not the actual use here today. Permitting any limited commercial use at this point would represent an abrupt and incompatible disruption to the surrounding area. Traffic impacts are foreseeable. They may say no reasonable person would develop this within 5 to 10 years, but there's nothing restricting them from doing so. And the corresponding negative traffic impacts that presents for years and years to the surrounding neighborhoods. The property can and has been used in its current zoning restrictions. It's not vacant. As long as my contacts with the association can recall, there's always been someone residing at the property and making the agricultural use. Simply saying, I want greater economic return, and if I don't zone it this way, is a hardship on me, to me just is not consistent with the spirit and intent of the zoning code. The only potential beneficiary to approval, and I'll wrap up my comments, is the applicant. That's the only benefit here, while the public bears the burden of all the negative impacts that are going to go along with it. Unless there's any questions, I'd be happy to finish my comments.
Thank you, and I didn't catch your name at the beginning.
My name is Cody Branham, and
Thank
I'm
you,
with
Cody.
Adams Jones Law Firm.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you, Cody. Any questions for the speaker? Commissioner Joe Johnson.
The area that you represent, what was it zoned before it became single-family housing?
I'm not sure what it was zoned before it became single-family housing. It's been single-family housing since the late 1970s. Similar, the neighborhoods surrounding to the north, to the west, most of those developments occurred in the late 70s to early 1980s.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker? Yes, sir.
I'm David Dodson. I live at 14405 East Timberlake Road. That's right here. And I want to make a comment about this property. This was going to be developed some 25 years ago, become an Amoco gas station and car wash. And the neighborhood basically didn't want that and fought that and ended up purchasing this. It will not be developed. It's owned by the homeowners association. All those Amoco stations ended up going out of business, and they were vacant for years all over Wichita. As far as the commercial necessity for this, there are large commercial areas within minutes to the east of here in Andover, and to the west towards Webb Road. They're much greater than anything that will be put into here. So we're looking at the potential of this being another half-empty strip mall area like we've got all over Wichita. And I don't think that that is a really what we need to see in this city or in the county. Other than that, I think for that reason, we have no, my family has no problem with them going ahead and developing single-family homes here like it's already zoned. I guess that's it.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Dodson.
Thank you.
Next speaker?
My name's Rick Durham. I live at 14909 East Balsam Court in the Hunters Point addition. I live in this property right here.
Okay, thank you.
Right there. First let me talk about the concerns that we have as a community and personally is the open-ended nature of the planned unit development with not knowing what could go in there. So I'm echoing comments. Let me share this. 3 years ago, I boarded horses on this property. Okay, so I'm familiar with the owner of this property, and I've actually spoken with him on the phone regarding this property. I know that he's been approached by individuals to purchase it and leave it as commercial or, not commercial, excuse me, but as rural property to put livestock on. So I'm familiar with the owner. What I would say is that there were comments made about rapidly development in the path of commercial, significant growth in this area. And what I would say is I would, and I'm not a professional in this area, but I live in this area. And I would say, I don't see rapid commercial growth in this area. What I see is homes here, homes here, homes here, and this is farm ground. So I don't see rapidly developing commercial growth. So what I would like to say, and I'll wrap it up, is that I believe that city planners should be pushing growth in commercial to existing open commercial zoned areas and not quiet residential districts. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Durham. Next speaker?
Deborah Evans, 1701 South Bower Drive. That would be right here. Right now, we go out on our back deck and we can see beautiful sunsets. We don't want to see high-rise apartments. We don't want to see junky business stuff that we don't know what they're going to be. When we moved here, it was like perfect. We've lived here for 15 years or so, 20 years. It's our love. This property is our love. We raised our kids here. We have grandkids that come. They run out and play in that yard out there behind the church. They play in the baseball field. Well, you start putting stuff out there, nobody's going to be able to go out and play anymore. I went to the last homeowners association meeting, and I asked, will we be able to put up a 10-foot fence with razor wire, electrified? They said, not yet. Not yet. I would do that without permission. But that only hurts our grandkids. We won't be alive for years and years and years and years. I'm almost 70 years old. But our kids will inherit that. The grandkids will still be there. Now, I don't know, does the city or the county or whoever not get enough money from putting million-dollar houses out there instead? Please don't put this as a PUD. I don't know whose palms are getting greased. But please don't take away our perfect living. We've even talked about moving. Maybe we could move north. We have family that lives in West Wichita. We have family that lives in Augusta. We're right in between. We're right in between. And so we would have to, we're not going to go to Derby. We don't want to go to Derby. We may go to Keachai, Park City, somewhere up there. My granddaughter's a cop up there in Bel Air. But we really don't want to move. We want to stay where we are until we die. We don't want to have to put up a 10-foot fence with razor wire electrified. But we will.
Ma'am?
You can't guarantee that you are not going to have a bunch of riffraff out behind this property, out behind this church.
Ms. Evans, you've used up your time.
I'm sorry?
You've used up your time.
I think
Any
I've
final
said
comment?
enough.
Okay. And was it Evans?
Deborah Evans.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
Oh, and by the way, I am precinct committee woman for precinct 251, which covers both the west side and the east side of that area. And I will do my best to get rid of whichever people put this through.
Okay. No, not after that. I really don't know. Next speaker. While you're going to the podium, Philip, the parcel to the south of the church where the baseball field is that owned by the church as well?
I believe so.
But it's, ma'am, I'm talking to staff. It's not annexed, but the part north is.
That is correct.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Husami, and I live at 1920 South 143rd Street East. We have the property next to Cambria. Pardon me, it would it's almost off. We've got this portion right here. This is part of our property. I am speaking today in opposition to the case PUD 2025-00027. This request is inconsistent with the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan. That was adopted in 2015 and updated in 2020. The comprehensive plan designates this area as a rural residential growth area intended for low-density residential agriculture and exurban uses. It prioritizes preserving that character. Commercial development at this location directly conflicts with the adopted plan. The Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan, including its 2025 updates to the growth maps, continued to guide development in this area towards low-density residential uses and directs commercial development to appropriate corridors and centers. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with those adopted policies. Homeowners in this area, us included, purchased our properties relying on the SF20 zoning and the comprehensive plan. Approving this request undermines the zoning stability and erodes that reliance. The applicant is not an owner occupied and does not reside at that neighborhood. The permanent impact of this rezoning would be borne entirely by nearby homeowners and not the applicant. Zoning establishes permanent land use entitlements, and neither future conditions, infrastructure improvement, nor staff approval resolve the fundamental incompatibility of commercial zoning next to existing residential homes or its inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. In closing, my concern is that this rezoning is incompatible with the existing residential characters of the area, and it's inconsistent with the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan. It introduces commercial-enabled zoning into a rural residential area, and it creates spot zoning, place permanent impacts on nearby homeowners without a demonstrated public benefit. And for those reasons, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommends denial of this rezoning request. Thank you for your consideration.
Jessica, I didn't get your last name.
It's Husami, Husami.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions for Ms. Husami? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker? Next speaker?
Good afternoon. I'm a little bit of a duplicate. My name is Patty Durham, and you heard from my husband, Rick Durham, a moment ago. I live at 14909 East Balsam Court. So as you can see, I live very close to the property in question here. Just repeating, we did board our horses here for a brief couple of years, I believe. We now actually keep our horses on Scott and Parker Vanderhoeven's property here, and we know Riz and Jessica that live here. We keep our horses here. We ride our horses along all of this property that is maintained by the city here. We often see deer in our backyard. We have owls and coyotes that we hear on Dr. Albright's property here. And we used to live, I have lived in the area for over 10 years. My husband has lived in this area for over 20 years. We used to live just a little bit off of this map, closer to Kellogg. We intentionally moved away from Kellogg, but we intentionally stayed in the area because we love it, because you know what? This is Kansas living. This is where people move when they want to be in Kansas living. We do not want commercial here. This is never what we envisioned when we moved here 4 years ago. This is Kansas living with open air and room to breathe and nice neighbors and open skies. And that is why we live here. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Durham. Next speaker? Last call? We'll return it back to the applicant for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. Just a couple of points to mention. The fact that the property to the west is not used as limited commercial does not negate the fact that it is zoned straight LC, limited commercial, and could be developed even tomorrow for that. So the fact that the city has seen fit to approve over $19 million in road improvements at this specific intersection is a clear recognition that the traffic is increasing here, the growth is increasing. So, and as Philip mentioned, the community investments plan does in fact find this to be an appropriate use at this intersection of major arterials. The concerns expressed are simply not founded on any quantifiable hard data. They are founded on assumption, mere speculation, fear of the unknown, which is entirely understandable. But there exists in our community countless arterial intersections that are home to extensive commercial development, much of it actually immediately abutting residential development. And these areas serve a much needed purpose in our community. Healthy, vibrant communities require the provision of a wide range of commercial and housing offerings to fortify the tax base, prepare for future growth, and to best serve our residents. So to do anything other than approve this zone change request that is recommended by staff would have no basis in fact and would actually just fit the perfect definition of an arbitrary and capricious decision. So we do ask respectfully for you to adopt staff's findings and prepare this for approval.
Any questions for the speaker? Commissioner Mader.
You noted improvements scheduled for that intersection, a considerable number. Can you tell me what's scheduled at this point, or what?
Right now, already, there is an $8 million project that is the surveying has already started for 143rd Street from Kellogg to Harry. Let me get my notes out here. There is almost $11 million budgeted to improve Harry from 127th, which is off the map, to 143rd, and then to improve 143rd from Harry down to Pawnee. So the $8 million project is currently in the works, and the additional over $11 million is already in the city's CIP budget.
Any other commissioner? Seeing none, thank you, Kim. We now return to the commission for discussion and action. Commissioner Zimbelman.
I'm going to recuse myself from voting on this project at this point.
Is there a conflict of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve based on staff recommendations and comments made. The PUD is given.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is that Commissioner Warren? Okay. Commissioner Warren, did you have a comment?
I do. I'm in agreement with the motion. You look at the property and it's a nice open farmland. That is Kansas living, but you can also tell that this is an area that's developing rapidly. There's a need for some shopping in that area. Most of this will probably be developed housing anyhow, but the properties along the main road, 43rd and Harry, are going to not be good properties to have residential park up against next to it. So I think the putting together a plan now, letting people know in the future that what's coming is to the benefit of the community. So I'll be voting for.
Yeah, and I'm going to speak to the motion. Yeah, I understand people move to the country because they want to see the wide open spaces and the beautiful sunsets, and they don't want to be near development activity. That being said, this is at a major arterial intersection between Harry and 143rd, with light commercial, limited commercial on two corners, and the church property abutting to the east. There is good separation. So it's a conflict. I get it. Nobody likes development, but it is a need in this area. So with that, I will approve or agree with the motion. Going to call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. With one abstention. All right, next case is this, by the way, for folks, this will have to be heard by the county at the next level. I don't believe the county has public hearing. They will at
No,
this?
the county typically has
They
additional
will?
public.
Okay.
And
So-
those who spoke today will get a follow-up letter with the date of the county commission meeting listed in that
But it
letter.
will not be heard by city council because this is not in the city limits.
That is correct.
Everyone that spoke, we'll have your information. We'll make sure you know. Next case, please. 4.4?
Yes,
Brad.
thank you. Brad Etherly, MAPD. We are discussing case ZON 2025.
Folks, we have a case. If we could clear the room quietly.
We're discussing case ZON 2025-00056. For this case, the applicant is requesting two things. Zone change from NR Neighborhood Retail to LC Limited Commercial, and a protective overlay, which would be number 466, to replace an existing protective overlay, number 336. Subject site is generally located at East 21st Street North, about a quarter mile west of North Hillside Avenue, and is currently undeveloped. The applicant has indicated that they're requesting the zone change in order to expand the opportunity for commercial development by what's permitted in the existing NR district with the existing PO. In 2018, a similar application was submitted for the subject site, and this was to request a rezone from TF3 to LC. The MAPC did recommend approval of the applicant's request with the protective overlay, limiting those uses to permitted by NR and then hospital and nursing facility uses. The Wichita City Council denied the zone change to LC, but approved the zone change from TF3 to NR with the applicant's proposed 336 PO, and the language to the existing PO is attached to this report. The applicant proposes that replacing the protective overlay to number 466, which would prohibit cash advance or title loan lending businesses to locate on the site, which is not a designated use in the UZC. So staff does recommend excluding that from this proposed protective overlay. If a restaurant were to be permitted on the site, the NR district would restrict that restaurant to 2,000 square feet and prohibit any drive-in or drive-through services. If a restaurant was proposed in the LC district, that would not have those restrictions. So staff recommends the proposed PO be modified to permit the restaurant, but as a use, permit the restaurant as a use, but restrict it to the standards permitted in the NR district. This would limit the size to no more than 2,000 square feet and restrict any drive-through or drive-in services. Staff's opinion is that a restaurant without a drive-in or drive-through service would not likely have significant detrimental impact to the neighboring residential properties to the south and east. Given the proximity of residential uses, staff is also recommending the following additions of prohibited uses in the PO. That would include recycling collection station public, reverse vending machine, construction sales and service, convenience store, pawn shop, and vehicle repair limited. You can also see in the proposed protective overlay, the new protective overlay, that the applicant is asking for drive-through speakers, but they would be placed on the north side of the property, and that they would be directed away from residential property to the south, and that all lighting would be cut off design and would not be directed towards any residential property. Hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Fridays, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Saturdays, and 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays, and that trash receptacles and roof equipment would be appropriately screened. Staff recommends removing that language of the drive-through speakers in accordance with the recommended language that staff has for the protective overlay. At a minimum, a 6-foot screening fence would be required along the south property line in addition to a landscape buffer. And based on the width of the lot, there would be up to a 25-foot compatibility setback along the rear property line. Because the property abuts an arterial street, a landscape street yard, and parking lot screening would be required. And the compatibility height standards would restrict the height of any building to 35 feet within 50 feet of a property zone TF3 or more restrictive. If we can go to the zoning map, you can see that property to the north across East 21st Street North is zoned NR and general office. The NR property is platted for residential uses but is currently undeveloped, and the GO property is owned by the applicant and is developed with a surface parking lot and a medical clinic. Properties to the east across East Maplewood Drive are zone TF3 with one lot undeveloped and another developed with a single family dwelling. Properties to the south are zoned TF3 and are developed with single family dwellings. And property to the west across North Erie Avenue is zoned GO and is developed with a medical clinic. There are multiple LC zone properties within the immediate vicinity of the subject site. As far as case history goes, in 1941, the western portion of the subject site was platted as lots 8 and 9, block 3 of the Shady Brook Addition. The eastern portion of the site is unplatted, and platting would be required to the issuance of any building permit. In 2018, again, the request to rezone to LC was denied by the city council, but was given an alternate zoning of NR with protective overlay 336, which restricts those uses to the NR district and hospital and nursing facility uses. As far as public services go, the site has access to East 21st Street North, which is a paved arterial street with sidewalks on both sides, North Erie Avenue and East Maplewood Drive, both of which are paved local streets with no sidewalks on either side. City services already serve the site, and Wichita Transit serves the site along North Grove Avenue and East 21st Street North. If we can go to the future growth map, the proposed zone change is not in conformance with the community investments plan. The map identifies the area to be appropriate for residential, and this is described as areas that reflect the full diversity of residential development densities and types typically found in a large urban municipality. The site is currently zoned for commercial uses but has remained vacant as currently zoned for 7 years. Given existing surrounding land uses and fronting an arterial street, residential development would likely be in the form of multifamily. However, market-driven factors will likely continue to identify the site for commercial development, similar to those around it. As far as locational guidelines go, in the established central area, state that neighborhood serving retail and office uses and high-density residential uses can be appropriate along arterial streets on small infill sites near residential uses or through conversions of residential structures if appropriate site design features that limit traffic, noise, lighting, and adverse impacts on surrounding residential are provided and the scale of the development is appropriate for its context. The provisions of the protective overlay, including prohibiting certain land uses, as well as regulating outdoor lighting, the required screening and landscaping should minimize potential adverse impacts on the surrounding residential properties. It's also in conformance with the Wichita Places for People Plan. Strategy 3 of that plan aims to improve the economic feasibility of commercial service uses and the markets necessary to support them. And approval of this zone change would improves the feasibility of commercial uses. Strategy 6 aims to encourage infill and redevelopment that is contextual to the environment in which it is occurring, and the applicant desires to market the property with expanded commercial uses, which is contextual to the environment. The proposed zone change is in partial conformance with the 21st Street North Corridor Revitalization Plan. The preferred land use for this subject site is identified as neighborhood retail, which is defined as a land use category that envisions smaller niche shops that serve the adjacent communities. Neighborhood centers are typically anchored by a supermarket as opposed to the local specialty shops envisioned for the neighborhood retail land use. So the current zoning of neighborhood retail district could be considered more appropriate for the preferred land use of the plan than the limited commercial district, which would expand the amount of preferred land use of the plan than or which would expand the amount and intensity of permitted land uses. The proposed PO with staff modifications and required screening and landscaping are designed to mitigate possible negative effects associated with the LC district. If we can go to site pics. So this is looking east into the site from Erie. Next picture. This is looking south on the east side of the property. Next picture. This is looking south on the west side of the site. Next picture. This is looking west from Maplewood into the site. Next picture. This is looking north from the east side of the site across West 21st. Next picture. This is looking north from the west side of the site from 21st. Next picture. And this is looking east away across East Maplewood. Next picture. And this is looking west away from the site across Erie. I believe that's all of the pictures. Yep. Staff does recommend approval, subject to the protective overlay with staff modifications that is listed in the staff report. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brad. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. We'll ask the applicant agent to come forward. Name, address, 10 minutes. You've been here before.
Kim Edgington, PSC Consulting, 2532 North Cardinal Drive, Wichita, Kansas. I think you have in front of you an alternative proposed protective overlay that we have submitted for this project. The primary goal of this request was to eliminate the 2,000 square foot restriction for restaurants. Because we are proposing to use this as what we would call a food hall, which, if you're not familiar with that, it's a pretty innovative concept with a shared kitchen serving multiple users as a small business incubator. So under that theory, the 2,000 square foot limitation would not allow us to provide a space that will fit the shared kitchen and additional small business users. Steve Philmeyer is one of the projects on this, or one of the principals and partners on this project. He is the founder of the Wichita Affordable Housing Fund. They have some great projects going on up on North Estelle right now, providing infill housing, and we own this property and additional properties to the north that are going to eventually be part of a pretty innovative concept and development that we see happening closer to Wichita State right now. Some great energy there, some great stuff going on along 21st Street. And this is an attempt to try to pull some of that to the west along 21st Street and provide some complementary uses. With the kind of partners that we have involved in this right now, we can offer small businesses space and facilities that they cannot necessarily afford anywhere else. So we do already have at least 2 users that are under contract and ready to go as soon as we could get this building built. So the proposal that you have in front of you asks to remove that 2,000 foot restriction on restaurants and also to remove the restriction on drive-through or drive-up windows. You can see right here on this photo, this is Sonic, which is essentially just one giant drive-up. So we don't see how this is really much different than what is already happening there at the Sonic location. So we've provided a lot of site restrictions that will minimize any adverse impacts on the neighboring property owners. And it's just a perfect opportunity for some infill development that can make a big impact in this neighborhood and provide opportunities for local small business owners to have a space that they would not normally have. So I would be glad to answer any questions regarding maybe some of the confusion about the protective overlay that the staff is providing versus the one that we are asking for you to consider.
Thank you. Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah, Kim, you mentioned the 2,000 square foot limit or restriction on there. What would you be looking for as far as your square footage of the
The
building?
building that we have proposed right now is right about 3,900 square feet. I mean, the size itself of this property is a limiting factor in order to get the parking that we need, the landscaping that we need, the setbacks. So the site in itself is going to limit how big of a structure we can put on this site. But we would like the structure to be able to be used entirely for what the zoning code would define as a restaurant use, even though it's a little bit different in how we are approaching it with this common kitchen and multiple tenants and maybe shared eating spaces, identify, and it may be a matter of that rotating. It may not always be the same users in there based on different hours of operations, different days of the week, to maximize that as much as we can, getting people in there to use that common kitchen.
Okay, so if you were to build a 3,900 square foot building, then would you be able to meet the requirements based on the property size of the setbacks?
We believe so. I mean, our seating is going to be limited by how much parking we can provide, and that in itself is going to be a limiting factor. We have been working with the city council person whose district this is, that this piece of property right here is owned by the city of Wichita. It is a surplus piece of property, to potentially work with the city to provide some additional parking on that piece of ground. And if so, you'll see me again for another zone change, because it's would not allow parking right now. And then to also work with Sonic to do kind of a shared access across that property and only have not have any additional openings. We are not proposing any openings along 21st Street. It would simply be accessed off of Erie and off of Maplewood. So reducing any kind of conflicts as far as that's concerned.
Well, the city needs more parking.
That's downtown. Ba-boom.
What we're finding, or what our intent and hope is that this becomes a neighborhood serving facility, that there isn't a great need for parking, that we are drawing residents who live nearby. It's also on a major transit line, so we would hope to, use that to our benefit as well.
So Kim, I just want to recap on the proposed PO 466. Staff recommendation number 1, you would like the restaurant sentence removed.
We would. Essentially, we just would like our proposed that you have in front of you strikes out
And that includes the drive-through
and then
item 2.
It leaves in number 2, because if there are any drive-through speakers or drive-up windows, we would keep them on the north side of the property.
And you're comfortable with the hours as well?
We are. We propose those hours.
Okay.
So.
I just wanted to be clear what you're requesting.
Those are the differences between what staff provided in their report and what we have provided in front of you today.
Got it.
In a nutshell.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you. Stand by. Public speakers, anyone like to please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am, that's the policy, the way it's always been written.
Okay, no problem. My name is Carol Minix, and if you can put those slides up that show north to south, I can point out my house to you.
It's right there. Use the mouse.
Use the mouse.
Yeah.
Well, he had pictures, and I just wanted to show pictures, because
Okay.
Maplewood is the street that I live on.
Okay.
And there's only like 7 houses on that street.
Okay.
So if you could put those pictures up that show Maplewood, East Maplewood, north to south. Nope. Pictures of the homes. Okay, keep going. Okay, this house right here is the house. This house right here is the house that I grew up in. I walked 2 blocks east and went to school at Wichita State. It's a very safe neighborhood at that time. This house right here, I currently own. I know my neighbors. They've all 7 of them have signed this petition basically saying that we want it to remain as residential as it possibly can be. And if you would allow me, I will read a statement that we put together. Our neighborhood has remained residential for generations, with some families living here like my own for over 60 years. This stability has created a safe environment for families, children, seniors, and pedestrians. The proposed rezoning poses serious and irreversible risks to public safety, traffic conditions, environmental quality. Traffic safety and lack of adequate study. East 21st Street North and the surrounding residential streets were designed for low-volume residential traffic, not increased commercial, industrial, or high-density use. To our knowledge, no comprehensive or publicly available traffic impact study has been conducted to evaluate how this zoning would affect low traffic congestion, speeding, pedestrian safety, or emergency vehicle access at or near this location. As residents, we share serious concerns regarding the negative impacts this change would bring. Increased traffic, congestion, and noise would create safety hazards on streets that were never designed to support higher volumes or commercial activity. Families with children, seniors, and pedestrians would be particularly affected. Additionally, rezoning often brings increased crime and strain on public services, which directly threatens the safety and quality of life for those who live here. This proposal also raises concerns about declining property values, loss of neighborhood stability, and the erosion of the sense of community that has existed here for generations. Once rezoning occurs, impacts are irreversible. And the consequences will be borne out by the residents, not the developers or the outside interests. We respectfully urge you to deny the proposed rezoning request and to uphold the existing residential zoning in accordance with the best interest of the residents you serve. Please protect the safety, character, and livability of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration and commitment to our community. And it's signed all the residents on that street. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Commissioner Aldrich.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any issues with any of the other commercial businesses around there, like the Sonic and?
Yes, we do. The traffic there, there's always congestion of traffic there. One little kid was almost hit there over the summertime. We have a sidewalk that, if you could put that picture up, we have a sidewalk there on East Maplewood. On this side of the street, there is a sidewalk. And sometimes there's cars that are whizzing through on Maplewood that make it just kind of unbearable for children to ride their bikes, because we have several families that have little children on our block.
Okay, but that's on Maplewood, that's not
Yes,
on.
and the
on
block
21st
behind
Street.
is the block that you're referring to. If you take this sidewalk and just make a right, that's the Sonic. And that is where all the problems are, between Sonic and that gas station there, with people trying to cross the street to go to either Sonic or to that gas station. There has been lots of, car fender benders right there. Either they're trying to get into Sonic or they're trying to get into that gas station right there.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you,
other
ma'am.
questions?
Any questions for Ms. Minix? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Anyone else? We'll return it to the applicant for rebuttal. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. As you well know, residential development along major arterials is difficult at best, if not impossible, to achieve. So we feel that this is a prime opportunity to develop some vacant lots that have been empty for many, many years, to bring about some more excitement, development in this area, capitalize on what's already happening around the Wichita State campus. And it's a prime opportunity to bring life back to this area, especially in conjunction with what my clients have been doing in other parts of this neighborhood and what they can move forward along 21st Street with their property to the north as well. So I will be glad to stand for any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Mader.
Yeah, Kim, I love the infill. I mean, that's my favorite thing to do is infill. But traffic onto the residential streets, not 21st Street, is that what you're proposing?
When we met with traffic engineering, that was, is not sufficient separation between the two public streets to allow for an opening along 21st Street for this property. So, we are going to look at potentially, some traffic direction mechanisms for right in, right out only to, for the most part, we anticipate that traffic coming out of there would just go to 21st Street and not cut through, there's not a benefit really to them to cut through the neighborhood, but we will do what we can to also either encourage or force that traffic to go onto 21st Street rather than onto the neighborhood streets.
I mean, without doing a commercial lot and doing it for restaurants and not having access to 21st Street under normal conditions, that makes this an unusable lot. Is it surprised to see it go on to residential?
Right. I mean, even as if it were residentially developed, there would not be access out onto 21st as.
Right.
Right.
Seeing no more questions from the commission, thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the body for discussion and action. Motion?
I make a motion here, subject staff comments plus Kim added something, I can't remember exactly what. Kim? She wanted to. Yeah, there you go.
So I believe the motion was to approve, subject to the applicant's proposed overlay, which would allow a restaurant without a restricted size and allow for drive-through if it's on the north side.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McKay with a second by Commissioner Mader. Any questions? Commissioner Warren?
Comment, I appreciate the speaker's concerns. Running residential up to business in such a short little area doesn't leave too many opportunities. And if you didn't go with this, one of the things that might come up would be an apartment complex, which would bring traffic and other problems with us. So this, I think, is a good use of the property.
So basically, it's staying the same as the neighborhood retail with only the one exception being the restaurant allowance and the drive-through. So, all right, with the, yes, sir, Mr. Waddle. Yeah, the restaurant.
Just a
footage.
small thing, I'm just wondering if folks would be okay, both the applicant and the planning commission, if we made some small text changes just to clean it up a little bit. There's some things missing, like nightclub in the city as opposed to nightclub, and just some semicolons and stuff. So nothing to change the actual meaning of it, just comments
Grammar,
here.
you're gonna make it more better?
Exactly, more better.
Thank you.
I think as long as you meet with the applicant, they agree
All
to
right.
it.
We have a motion and it's properly seconded on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, 4.5. Is that correct? I know. We're doing our best. We have 1, 2, 3 more. Is that right? Okay. Including one Bob asked me for.
Good afternoon, Samuel Dietz, presenting planner. Zoning case 2025-00057 is a
Can you
request.
speak in the mic just a little bit more?
Is a request to rezone a property from RR Rural Residential District to SF20 Single Family. It's a 25.14 acre property generally located south of West 21st Street North and 1,500 feet west of North 263rd Street West. Property is currently undeveloped. The applicant is requesting the zone change in order to build 12 single-family dwellings. RR Rural Residential requires a minimum lot size of 2 acres. The requested rezoning to SF20 would require 20,000 square feet or 0.46 acres per dwelling. The applicant will be required to use an on-site septic system due to the 3 acre minimum lot area required for sewage lagoons. The final minimum lot size for a lot in the SF20 district will be determined based on the on-site sewer requirements, which may require greater than 20,000 square feet. Should the zone change request be approved, the lot's development standards will change as seen in the table in your staff report. The character of the neighborhood is rural. Properties to the north, south, east, and west are zoned RR. Properties to the north and east are agricultural and developed with single-family dwellings. Properties to the south and west are used as agricultural land. The property is currently unplatted. Platting would be required prior to the issuance of a building permit. There are no other zoning cases associated with the property. In terms of public services, the site is accessed by West 21st Street North, a 2-lane paved arterial with open ditches on each side. There is no access to municipal or rural water district water. And as mentioned previously, the applicant will be required to use an on-site septic system. The requested zone change is in conformance with the Community Investments Plan, which identifies the site as appropriate for agricultural or vacant uses. This is defined as encompasses areas that are undeveloped or used for agricultural production. Agricultural land is an important natural resource. Pockets of low-density residential uses without the full range of municipal services likely will be developed in areas of the urban fringe that primarily are used for agriculture. The applicant is proposing a low-density residential use that will not use the full range of municipal services. In terms of the golden factors, the property is currently zoned RR. As mentioned, the property's lot size would allow for 12 single-family residences to be built in the current zoning. However, that may be infeasible when including necessary right-of-way for streets. Staff does not anticipate that the requested zone change will have a significant impact on the immediate surroundings. Jumping down to the last point, number 8. At the time the staff report was prepared, staff had not received any comment. However, since that time, staff has received 1 phone call and 2 emails in opposition to the rezoning. And you have those 2 emails in front of you. If we could go to the site photos, please. This is looking east away from the site. This is looking north away from the site at a single-family dwelling. This is looking north away from the site into some of the agricultural land. This is looking south into the site. This is looking southeast away from the site. This is looking southwest away from the site. And this is looking west away from the site. I believe that is all the site photos. Based on the golden factors, as mentioned, Staff does recommend approval. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Sam, one of the emails we received was regarding not being notified. Have we checked that address to make sure it was proper notified?
So that was the
Adwetta?
That was the property directly to the north. The mailing address, according to GIS, is a PO box in Wichita, so that might maybe where the confusion was.
Okay. So we delivered it to the PO box. We just don't know if that person picked up that mail or not.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Wadle.
Yes, my recollection is that you will need to make a finding of substantial conformance. And if I could, sir, I can pull up the application here, confirm that we've got that individual's name or address.
Would
on
you
here.
do that while we're going ahead with the rest of the case before we find that? Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none. Thank you, Sam. We'll now ask the applicant and/or agent to come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Garber with Garber Surveying Service, 2908 North Plum Street in Hutchinson and 511 West Douglas in Wichita. I'm agent for the applicant. This property is 25 acres, and with the need for a street, the owner has requested that he gets 12 lots to make this financially feasible. So each lot goes just below the threshold of a rural residential minimum size of 2 acres. So these lots would be 1.88 acres in size, and they would all be single family. There would be detention facilities for stormwater. The drainage area that comes through the subdivision is only 78 acres. It's not really large. A drainage plan is being prepared by the engineers, and that would be submitted along with the plats in the future if this zoning is approved. We have a letter from MABC approving the subject property for on-site sewage disposal facilities and water wells. They did recommend wells be drilled to determine quantity of water available. That was done by Winiger Drilling before the client purchased the property and there was adequate water. Regarding the letter from Chad Wetta, we purchased an ownership list from the title company, local title company, and that came back as a PO box number address, so I'm sure that's why they were sent there and notified there. We have applied for and received a jurisdictional determination from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we are ready to move forward with a subdivision plat as soon as the zoning is required or is approved. I think that's everything. We appreciate the recommendation for approval and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah, Mr. Gerber, thank you, and also for your notation regarding the testing for the quantity and quality of the water. That's one of my big concerns, especially getting out there in the county like that and where you don't have access to a rural water district. Would there be anything else that you would do to help protect the potential purchasers of those that acreage in the event that there becomes an issue with the water within a minimal amount of time?
You know, based upon Winiger's determination that there was plenty of water, I don't think they've worked up a backup plan. Normally, that would mean rural water would be extended.
I mean, I'm not looking at making that a requirement. I would just basically maybe possibly throw it out there because we had some other acreage in the past that was sizable acreage, not as big as this, and this doesn't have as much density that would. But I'm just looking at some sort of of a plan or a guarantee, the best you can do as a developer for the quality and quantity of the water, because that is a very large issue we're seeing in the county right now.
It's an asset to be protected, and I would assume if there was a shortage there, the neighborhood, along with the subdivision to the east that's still being developed, they would sign petitions for rural water.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Garber? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll now open it up to public comment. And you know the routine. You've been here, sitting here, name and address for the routine. The record, you have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kevin Proct, and I live at 2055 North 263rd Street West. That's the property right here that shares a property line with both the Flatland Estates 1 and the proposed Flatland Estates 2. My wife and I purchased the 100-year-old homestead in 2004 and have made many improvements to the property, enjoying the peace and solitude. I have concerns with the drainage of the proposed development to the west of our property. The north half of that quarter section naturally drains through the new developments. I feel that fewer houses built on larger lots would provide more available room to properly divert the runoff and prevent it from draining onto the neighboring properties. There would be more room to properly spray structures, wells, and sewer systems from those drainage areas. More hard surfaces creates more runoff and speeds up the flow of water compared to when it was fertile farm ground, which in turn will create new water problems that nobody can foresee right now. In the new development to the north of our property in Flatlands Estates, the proper provisions were not made, resulting in those landowners' driveway being washed out within 6 months of them being put in. If water is pushed onto the west portion of my property, I have no way to drain it off except draining it onto neighboring properties. In talking with other area landowners as well as county employees, many properties are being purchased, split up, and sold without properly addressing access and drainage issues, leaving the purchaser to deal with those problems. Since there are no municipal water supplies in the area, there would also be an increase in groundwater usage, which we rely on. Added water usage from households and irrigation could potentially have an impact on the groundwater quantity and quality. Fewer houses would lessen the amount of groundwater usage as well as the amount of septic sewer systems in the area. With the recent increase in good farm ground being purchased for housing developments, the concern seems to be placed on the developers making money and selling as many lots as they can. There needs to be more consideration for the existing residents of the county. We did not ask for any of these housing developments, nor did we want them. Yet, we are the ones who have to deal with the invasive effects of them long after the developers have made their sale. We understand that there's going to be houses going in there, but why do you have to pack as many houses on those lots as possible? It just makes more sense to me to have larger lots to allow for the water drainage and things to be set in place properly, instead of what you'd end up with north of us, which is water problems. It wasn't taken care of. It wasn't taken care of correctly. It was just sold. They got out from underneath of it as fast as they could. And now the people there are having to deal with those issues. So, that's
Perfect
about all I
timing.
have.
Any questions for Mr. Proct? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Excuse me, Jared Schneider, 3400 North 247th Street, Andale, Kansas. To comment a little bit on Mr. Garber's water well, there was no test well. I know the farmer very well that owned this beforehand, so the previous owner drilling a well there is a blatant lie. The farm I work for also owns this, so we have several concerns. The proposed development is 5 miles outside the 2035 comprehensive plan for high-density development, which is discouraged in location guidelines, paragraph 4, section B, plain as day. The lack of information that has come with this packet today is also concerning, showing the lack of preparation that the applicant has had and the haste that they have put this together, and the disregard for the surrounding landowners. No plat or drainage plan has been shown to the neighbors to see what is actually going to be done here. once you have the SF20, they can still take it down from 12 lots to half-acre lots if they really want to. So us not being able to see what they are truly going to do here is going to affect the way of our lives and the property values of the neighbors next to it. Drainage is a main concern. People just overlook it. On the golden factors, the surrounding properties are rural residential and ag. There's several violations that I see with all of them. All the neighbors are opposed, not just a couple of them. We're all here. School sizes and class sizes are way too big in Renwick right now. They are having a bus shortage. My kids can't even get on the bus most days because they don't have bus drivers. Now you're going to strenuate that resource. Safety is in jeopardy with the police and fire safety in this area. It's rural area, so now you're going to pack houses in there. To get off a little bit, this is just like Indian Ridge 2 that you all probably very well remember. And they went in after 1 acre lots and quickly realized that they were having opposition and were not going to get it through. And they upped their lot sizes to a correct and applicable in this area. This is all ag ground. There's no reason for this high density in this low density area. And this is why we're here. Johnson said, back in several meetings, get it in black and white. We don't want to see a zone change because as I was here, once the zone change went off and we went to a subdivision meeting, we had no more say. It was, they crossed their T's, dotted their I's. There's nothing we can really do legally. And that's what the whole gamut we got through here. So I recommend that you help us to deny this high density going on in these agricultural areas. So no testing, again, on the water has been done there. There's way too many population houses in there to start drilling wells every acre, half acre. It's not that big a deal once you get the public out of the way. Indian Ridge has also not complied to all their drainage that was shown to us.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Yep.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, appreciate it. Next speaker.
Dear members of the commission,
Name and address, please.
thank you for hearing from me. I'm Michael Meese, and I was born and raised at 27400 West 21st Street North, quarter-mile west of stated property, and purchased the property from my mother in 2003 to get back to country living after living in Wichita for 6 years. It makes me sick to see that some of the best farm ground in the state of Kansas is being destroyed for the financial advancement of such greedy pigs as Caleb Howe. I know where you live, Caleb, in a rural area southeast of Cheney, Kansas. Seems hypocritical to develop a rural area like yours. Why not buy ground around and develop it around you? Your basis for this proposal is full of pitfalls. Number one, zone rule. That is why I purchased the property 23 years ago and the way that I would like it to stay. Number two, we'd like to see the layout for 12 single-family homes. I will point out it may not be feasible for traffic in and out of the residence, having 12 homes in and out of one entrance. Number three, you may not anticipate on an impact of immediate surroundings, but this is the largest impact to this community for a long time, and it will have an impact on traffic. Number four, never develop for a good reason. Number five, it is inappropriate for such development due to the ground is too flat and poor water drainage. The current development immediately east of the development has already had drainage problems. This boils down to greed, with no subject of impact on current surrounding residents. I hope you lose money on this poor investment. Number six, better layout of community investment plan. What is it? Number seven, visual impact. Water rights, visually I have to look at it across the yard. And, what are your water rights? I live right across from it. I work right across from it. I didn't even see anyone witching for a well. Number eight, because you have not contacted any neighbors to said development. Per the golden rule factor. Number two, yes, the current use, farm ground, is the appropriate use of the property unless a lot of dirt work is performed to allow water drain to drain from said property correctly. Number 3, more traffic in and out of property on a single entrance in and out of the said property. Possible noise and complaints from new neighbors. Chemical drainage from maintenance of lawns to affect farm ground to the northeast of property. Number 4, I wish to endorse that said property is kept mowed and presentable during the time that lots are sold, yet not established or not sold. Number 5, denial may represent, is that my time?
Yeah, can you wrap up with one sentence?
I don't know. Again, I'm going to go back to the lie, blatant lie. I mean, if he's going to begin with a lie telling us that he's had it a well drilled, it's a lie. I live across from it. I work across from it. There's no well that's ever been drilled on that property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Brian Wetta, 2855 North, 263rd Street West. I own the property right across the road, and my brother actually lives right here, and I own this property here. It's for ag use. I have lots of concerns, but two of mine concern the water, and we've heard this from others, but the one that affected me directly when this development went in here, as you can see, the water runs here. It runs under 21st Street. It is supposed to go down this ditch and then down this ditch, and then it drains this way. Well, this summer we had a lot of rain, and for the first time ever that I've seen in my lifetime, we've farmed this piece of ground for at least 20 years. The water went under 21st Street, and instead of going down the ditch, went out of the ditch and into my property and eroded the soil as it went and took this track to get to where it was supposed to go. And that's just with two facilities there. There's one shed here, and there's one home here, and there's a new home being built here currently with the road in there. So these impermeable surfaces are being introduced to an ag area. The water usually goes obviously through and into the soil, and instead with these impermeable surfaces being built and constructed, the water's got to go somewhere. And so the path of least resistance was into my field and eroding in a path over here. I did contact the county. They said they were going to dig out this ditch along 21st Street. They thought that would fix the problem. That was before this development was even in application, so I don't even know if they've taken that into consideration or not, that when they do finally clean out this ditch, who knows when that's going to be done, will that be enough to stop the water from coming into my property? I don't know. The other problem is, and this has been going on for years, without any of this being in here, when it turns the corner and it goes here, and before it can go across the road here, that culvert cannot handle the water most on heavy rains. It goes over the road, and our township has to deal with gravel being washed away, and they have to repair the road. So these developments put more burden onto our townships, which they don't have the resources and the equipment to handle all of this stuff. And yes, it's being on a paved property or paved frontage, but it still affects our townships, and I'm just trying to relay that to you guys as well, that you guys need to think about the big picture when we put in housing additions in rural areas. These housing additions, in my opinion, should be in closer to the city, where you have an infrastructure of water, which is a concern, groundwater, and sewage and roadways that can handle housing divisions like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wetta. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, appreciate it. Next speaker? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll return it back to the applicant, agent, for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Well, I need to speak to the accusation of the lies here regarding test wells. The owner developed a flatland addition to the east, And so when I called him today and asked him whether he had put down any test wells there, he said, yes, several in that area. So that's his word to me. I'm accepting that as the truth. Development has occurred there. As far as the drainage, with each of these developments, a drainage plan is prepared by the engineer, and they have to address the runoff. And so they calculate the increased impervious area based on the development, the proposed development. And so we don't have a drainage plan at the time of zoning, rezoning, because it's going to come with the plat, although we do have a drainage plan. And they will detain the rate of runoff so that the water leaving the subdivision will not increase from what it is in pre-developed condition. So the statement, lack of preparation, there's a lot of preparation that goes into these subdivisions, a lot of consideration, and that's why the subdivision regulations require a drainage plan and all the other subdivision regulations. As far as the accusation of packing houses in here, the SF20 would allow the developer to go down to 0.46 acres per lot. We're not proposing that at all. We're staying, the only reason we're going SF20 is because we're 0.12 of an acre less than the minimum for rural residential. I stand for any other questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Aldrich.
Yeah, Mr. Governor, going back to water issue, do you have any documentation that test wells have ever been drilled there recently?
I don't have, but I'm assuming, I mean, if what the developer told me is true, then Weniger should have records of their test well.
Yeah, I definitely would think that that might be part of your future presentation is actually to have that.
For the subdivision plat.
Yeah, because you're gonna run into an issue with the county commissioners on this too, because I know they have the same concerns on the water, so I would definitely have your ducks in a row there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Bring it back to the body for discussion and action. Mr. Wadle, did we determine on the notification?
Yes, sir. So in looking at the application and the documentation with that, there were 15 people or 15 properties that were identified on the notification list. And out of those 15, there was a Mr. Chad Wetta with a P.O. box in Wichita that was identified on that, as well as a Brian Wetta Trust that was in Andale.
Okay. So with that, I move that we found proper notification was completed. We have a motion and a second on the notification. I made the motion, and the second was made by Commissioner Miles. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Now we'll back to the zone request. Commissioner Warren, sorry. I was looking at my paperwork.
Got a staff question. If the drainage plan comes up, and needs a large area to provide a large enough drainage holding of the water necessary to do its job, can we change the number of lots that we would allow? I mean, we're being asked to approve something with less than what we normally, if we have to take a big bunch of land out to provide the drainage, do we have a way to reduce the number of lots?
So drainage will also be considered as part of the platting process. And during that process, we'll have a member from Public Works over at the county. Number one, they'll be here sitting on the committee and they'll be able to provide input. Second of all, there'll be a drainage plan that must be submitted. As part of that drainage plan, if it comes out that additional area is needed, then they'll have to modify their plat to make sure that that can be accommodated. And that could result in them having fewer lots or larger lots than what they initially anticipate or submit.
Any other questions? Okay, who's ready to make a motion or Commissioner Bill Johnson.
Since this is just a zoning case, I'll move to approve because there's a bunch of work that's gonna have to go in on this. And a lot of questions asked to the neighbors so they understand what the big picture is.
Okay, we have a motion.
Kirk Sponson, Deputy County Counselor. Is the basis for that approval based off of staff comments and analysis?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Bill Johnson with a second by Commissioner McKay. Any other comments, questions? Calling for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. We have one nay, Commissioner Mader. Next item. Okay. We should have noticed this earlier. Commissioner Joe Johnson left. I'm sure you got record of that. And Commissioner McKay is having to leave as well at this point. So it's, we're on item 4.6. Christina.
Thank you, Chair. Christina Reith with Planning Staff here to present ZON 2025-00058. The applicant for this case is requesting a zone change from single family to multifamily, and it's generally located on the southeast corner of South Rock Road and East Gilbert Street, as you can see on the aerial here. It is currently developed with church and open space. The applicant is requesting the zone change in order to allow a senior living development on site. When we were preparing the application, we received a site plan from the applicant, and at the time, their intention was to build 6 quadplexes around the existing church building for a total of 24 dwelling units. I have since received an update from a member of the community as they have informed me that the applicants met with the community and they intend to build 7 quadplexes, so that would be a total of 28 dwelling units. In the MF 18 zoning district, the maximum dwelling units on site is 53, so this is less than what is allowed for maximum dwelling units. So they would the requested zone change, if approved, would permit more uses on site than its current zoning, and in this case, it would be multifamily development at a higher density. There's a table provided in your staff report of how the development standards would change if the zone change request is approved. The Unified Zoning Code requires compatibility standards for side and rear lot lines of properties zoned MF18 or less restrictive when they are within 500 feet of a property zoned 2-family or more restrictive. The minimum compatibility setback is 15 feet, plus 1 foot for each 5 feet of lot width over 50 feet. So as you can see in the site plan here, they've already provided their own setbacks of 25 feet. And then in no case shall the setback requirements be more than 25 feet. And then for compatibility height standards, no structure shall exceed 35 feet in height within 50 feet of said lot line. I will defer to the applicant as to whether these quadplexes will be 1 or 2 stories. But that is the compatibility standards. Parking requirements are set forth by Section 4A of the Unified Zoning Code. For multifamily developments, we require 1.25 parking spaces per efficiency and 1-bedroom dwelling units, and 1.75 spaces per 2-bedroom or larger dwelling units. So as you can see in the site plan here, each quadplex will have their own driveway and garage parking space, and there will be additional parking for the church. Screening and landscaping are required in accordance with Section 4B of the Unified Zoning Code, as well as the Wichita Landscape Code. So the Wichita Landscape Code requires a landscape street yard with parking lot screening along all property lines where across the street from residential zoning if parking lots are installed. The character of the neighborhood is low-density residential. Properties to the north, south, and west are zoned single-family. And then property to the east is developed with a school. There are no zoning cases associated with this property. The subject site has access to South Rock Road, East Gilbert Street, East Morris Street, and Southeast Morris Street. East Gilbert and Southeast Morris are both 2-way local streets with sidewalks on each side. East Morris has a sidewalk on the south side, and South Rock Road is a 5-lane arterial street. The requested zone change is in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. When we look at the plan's Wichita Future Growth Concept Map, it identifies the site as appropriate for commercial uses. So the requested use on site is not commercial in use. However, the proposed development is less intensive than a commercial use, which aligns with the goals of the plan. The Community Investment Plan also has a set of locational guidelines that provide a framework for decision-making regarding land use changes. Outside this established central area, it states that small neighborhood serving retail, office uses, and high-density residential uses not located at arterial intersections should be limited to the intersection of an arterial and a collector street. And as we can see, South Rock Road is an arterial street. And then the plan also has some land use compatibility guidelines, and one of which states that accessory dwelling units, duplexes, and small-scale multifamily developments can be appropriate in existing residential areas if appropriate site design limits adverse impacts on surrounding residential uses and is compatible with the intensity of the surrounding area. So the proposed development would be required to have screening, landscaping, and compatibility standards, and that's part of the site design. So planning staff is recommending approval of the application, subject to the golden factors that are listed in your staff report. At the time the staff report was prepared, I did receive one phone call from a member of the public. I have since received more phone calls from the public. They are mostly curious about the application. They do express concern about traffic, especially with the proximity to the school and the church. And with that, I will go to site photos. This is looking east towards the site from South Rock Road. Next slide, please. This is looking south towards the site. As you can see, there's a part of the church in there. Next slide, please. This is looking west towards the site. Next slide, please. This is looking north towards the site from East Morris Street. Next slide, please. This is looking north away from the site towards the single-family residences that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. This is looking east away from the site towards the school. Next slide, please. And this is looking south away from the site towards more single-family residences. Next slide, please. This is looking west away from the site towards South Rock Road. There was amazingly no cars when I was taking this photo. Next slide, please. And that concludes my site photos, and with that, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Christina, I want to thank you for the presentation. I want to make sure I heard you right. The original application was for 24 dwelling units, and now they're upping it to 28?
That is correct.
Where are the other 4 going?
So my understanding is they're removing a part of the existing church to build that.
Okay, it just wasn't shown on the site plan, and maybe the applicant can address that as well, so thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now ask the applicant and/or agent to come forward, give us your name and address for the record and your role in the case.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is William Hendricks. My personal address is 708 North St. Andrews, Wichita. I stand today as the representative of the Presbytery of Southern Kansas, the address of which is 8918 21st Street North, Wichita, Suite 200. The Presbytery is struggling, as all other mainline denominations, with both declining membership and economic challenges. As such, beginning in 2023, late year, the Presbytery Coordinating Team, which is the executive committee for the Presbytery of Southern Kansas, which covers eastern Kansas to the Colorado border and 47 churches therein, began to look at Presbytery-owned properties. This is one of the Presbytery-owned properties. We tried to consider options for these properties that would help sustain the Presbytery budget going forward, given the challenges that we face today, both in membership and budget requirements. Among other criteria, we wanted to do something that would honor the legacy of ministry in this location. This church was first built in 1960, was Faith Presbyterian Church until they closed in 1995. In 1995, the Presbytery of Southern Kansas offered this at very, very low cost of $5 a year to the Wichita Korean congregation for them to use. They have been occupying this presbytery-owned space for 30 years. And we think we need to do something different because the presbytery is no longer in a position to support in the way we have for 30 years this congregation of now reported 12 members. The presbytery will not abandon our brothers and sisters in the Korean congregation. We have committed to journey with them to help them find a new home suitable for their church congregation and the hopefully growing community that they have. We wanted to do something that would be complementary to the neighborhood. We wanted to be additive to the community around us, and we wanted to do something that would serve additional ministry need. One of the needs that we hear from our friends at Justice Together and at the City Council is the need for housing. So we have chosen unanimously from the executive team of Presbytery to partner with Mennonite Housing for the development of affordable senior housing on this location and the other location in 4.7 that you referred to the consent agenda earlier. So these two packages are paired in a package for submission for the development of affordable senior housing. I would be happy to answer any questions you have. We have our agent, Byron Adrian with Mennonite Housing with us today, who has assisted us with the concept of development of these two properties.
Thank you. Appreciate the
Thank you.
presentation. Don't leave the podium. My question to staff about where does the additional 4 units come from? Is it out of the existing church building?
We would remove the north wing of the church. That allows another fourplex to be positioned in that location. We would preserve the existing sanctuary, fellowship hall, and kitchen of the existing building. We've heard concern from Principal Grover at Bostic because the parking lot is used for picking up kids after school. I don't think it's appropriate to rely on private property for picking up kids, but we have worked with Principal Grover and will continue with some ideas we have to help them develop a streamlined pickup process for the kids at school. The building is also used as an emergency gathering location for the children in the event of catastrophe. The remaining building will still be available for that use. So we're sensitive to the needs of the neighborhood and wanting to do what we can to help in every way we can.
All right, thank you. I think Commissioner Miles, do you have a question?
Yes. So I'm just curious, you mentioned affordable housing. Can you tell me what the rents will run here?
My colleague here, Byron Adrian with Mennonite Housing, can give you all sorts of information on rents.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Byron Adrian with Mennonite Housing, 2145 North Topeka, Wichita. And Mennonite Housing is agent for the applicant. So in answer to your question, we have rents that start at $360 a month, and they go up to $840 a month. So there's quite a range there. And that's pretty typical when we're looking at doing a tax credit development, which is what this is. So we've got both 1 and 2 bedroom units. So the 360 would be a 1-bedroom unit. And then we have 3 different levels of like income for residents. And so if a resident qualifies at the lowest income level, 30% of area median income, then they could qualify for the 360 round. And as it goes up to as high as 80% of area median income, for like a 2-bedroom unit, that would be $840 a month.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
There was a question earlier about the height of the building from staff. These are single-story developments that will be complementary to the neighborhood and surrounding houses.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, all of the apartment buildings are single-story, slab-on grade. So we include safe rooms in the units, and each unit has a 1-car garage. And then speaking to the number of units, we've provided 2 different site plans. The first one, as Christina said, did not show the north wing coming off, and so that was for 24 units.
We've provided one that could show 28 units. When we look at our current projected budget, we are up at the high end of what funding is available. So as we work through our application over the next month or so in preparation of submitting it to Kansas Housing Resources Corp., we may need to go back to the 24-unit site plan. But that's going to be a cost determination. Can we afford the total? So in total, like Bill said, we're putting this together with the next case, which went to consent agenda, and we're anticipating 20 units at that property. So the total application is going to be between 44 and 48 units here of senior affordable housing.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm seeing no other questions. We'll now take it to the public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this case, this is your opportunity to come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Barbara Osborne, and our home is at 8110 East Clay. I'm here today to say that the church has been a wonderful asset to our neighborhood. And living in a neighborhood that has a magnet school is a real challenge. A magnet school means a lot of buses and a lot of parents that drive their children to school because they're not neighborhood children. We do have a few neighborhood children. So I would like to go on record today just to make all of you aware of some of our concerns, not opposition, but concerns about the development. The first one would be the traffic impact. Our streets now can barely handle the school buses and the people that live in the area. Most of the homes, as you saw on the pictures, are single-car garage homes, but yet they're multi-car families. So we always have vehicles parked out on the street. When school begins and school ends, it's almost impossible for us to get down our streets. Currently, the church has graciously offered parking to parents to pick up their children because there just isn't enough room for all these cars and buses. If that space disappears, then these parents are going to be parking on the streets. And our experience has been that they don't really care if they block your driveway or if they're legally parked. Their mission is to pick up their children and get out of the neighborhood. So that is a concern for us. It is not the church's responsibility to provide the school district with parking. So hopefully this problem can be addressed and a resolution can be developed where all of these cars are not on the street. The other concern we have is water drainage. Our streets now currently carry the water that comes off of Rock Road to a creek, as you can see, that's east of there. Our streets flood easily. The street in front of the school is crumbling because it continually holds water, and on top of that, there's the impact of all the traffic. I've spoken to the city for over 2 years about trying to get that street repaired, and they keep telling me that it's not in the budget. So now you're going to have an additional 20-some plus cars that are going to be in the area trying to use the street. So I appreciate the opportunity to share with you our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming down. Next speaker.
My name is Hyuk Hwan. I have been elder for this church, Wichita Korean Presbyterian Church, for 33 years. And I'm living in my personal home is now apartment 9911 East East 24th Street, the apartment number 502. Okay, here, this church, here if you see this part is parking lot. This morning, I was there, and then I watched how many parents. This line is, as the lady said, is a double lane, you can say that, but street cars, most people, they parked on the streets. So it's very narrow. And so this morning when I see that, the lines, here is a school parking lot here, and then this line up to here. So the people, the parents, they drop it here, the students, and then they walk to the school. And think about safety of the little children. And then those are magnet school students. So it's you need to reconsider this one. I respect your decision, but think about another, the safety of the children. And then the other one is, this is a church building. And then I talked to Monday to hear Bill, and why not looking at the other land? This is a church building. And then destroy church building is not right. And so this is a playground. We built it for the neighborhood. This neighborhood children, if we go to the afternoon, you're gonna see a lot of the children, they are playing around here. So they're gonna lose those playground. And also, so that's and I counter offer to Bill, why not take our offer higher than Mennonite offer? And then he said Mennonite and Presbytery some joint development or something like that. Senior housing, I agree. Right? But this is a church building. Church will be gone. Think about it. This is Presbytery. I know our member is a current, here 3 years, pastor is vacant. So the new pastor will come around this week, this Sunday, so visit.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. Your time is up.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker? Anyone else? We'll bring it back to the applicant agent for rebuttal. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Not really a rebuttal, but an affirmation of the Presbytery's desire to continue to journey with our brothers and sisters in the Korean congregation. We view the church as the body and gathering of the people, not so much the building. The Presbytery is a point where we can no longer afford to support a congregation of 12 people using an entire city block, the western portion of which has never been developed. So one way or another, the Presbytery is going to have to sell the land in order to sustain our operating budget going forward for a little bit longer. We agree with the concerns over parking and the pickup of school and the traffic issues, but again, that's not our concern, but we are sensitive to that. I spoke with Principal Grover.
Sir, I need you to stay at the podium because we're broadcasting on YouTube.
Oh, I can point over here.
Yeah, thank you.
If you'll notice, on the west side of the Bostic School, this open lot is a grassy lot that is approximately the same size as the parking lot for the Korean church. So if that parking facility were simply moved over onto school property, we have transferred the parking opportunity that they'll lose for a Korean. The traffic flow is another issue. We understand that. So thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? No, sir. The public comment has had its opportunity. So that section is closed. So, sorry, sorry.
I want to correct the number of congregation. 3 years ago, when pastor was here, about more than 50. Because 3 years pastor was vacant, that's why it is down to 12.
Okay,
But new pastor was more than 50.
duly noted. Thank you.
Finish with me?
You're good, sir.
Thank you.
So bringing it back to the body, I have a question for staff. Because there's the change from 24 to potentially 28, do there need to be a new site plan as part of the application? And then also, on the site plan, the eastern street says Elizabeth. The street is actually Eastmore, so that would need to be corrected at the minimum.
So the site plan was provided to us as a courtesy. Site plans are not required for zone changes.
Okay.
They provided it just as a reference.
So it's not necessary to
Right,
be.
and the density proposed with 28 dwelling units is still under the maximum
Right.
allowed in MF 18.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Aldrich.
I have a question for staff also regarding the traffic. Do you think there's anything that traffic engineering can look at and do anything, or is it just the streets are just so narrow that they're just sort of stuck?
The thing about it is the traffic is produced by the school and not by the current use. Though increasing the number of residents would increase the traffic a little bit, but the existing traffic issue is not based on the application at hand. That's an issue with the school.
I mean, you could potentially put 18 single-family residences on this lot, and each one having 4 cars
Sure.
at a minimum.
Yeah.
So the traffic's going to be there either way.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
Approved per staff comments and recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Warren with a second by Commissioner Dool to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Last case. 4.10.
Yes, item 4.10 is zone 2025-62. It is a zone change request in the city from single-family SF5 to GO General Office. It's located on the south side of West 37th Street North, approximately a half a mile east of North Ridge Road that you can see on the screen. The proposed use on this property is for medical office and multifamily residential development. The property is 7.6 acres in size. Again, currently zone SF5 with a single-family home built in 1918, some outbuildings, and then open space surrounding it. Going to GO would change development standards, and as standard in your staff reports, a table lists how those could change. With multifamily and office development, compatibility requirements are required. We've had this discussion before with many of the cases today, so I'll save the details on that. Essentially, there's minimum setback requirements, minimum height requirements, which could not exceed 35 feet next to a property zone SF5 or TF3. So that would apply to the east, south, and north property lines if structures are within 50 feet of those property lines. Screening and landscaping are required as well. That's along the east side and the south side because it abuts or is across the street from single-family residential zoning. Landscaping per the Wichita Landscape Code require landscape buffers on the east and the south sides. Depending on how the property is developed along West 37th Street, would likely be a landscape street yard with parking lot screening, parking lot trees, things like that. All lighting would have to be in compliance. Again, that limits the height of light poles to 15 feet within 200 feet of residential zoning. And lights have to be directed down and away and have cutoff luminaries to minimize light trespass. Parking would be per the Unified Zoning Code. Office uses require 1 parking space for 333 square feet of office space. Multifamily residential has the 1.25 parking requirement per single bedroom or efficiency units and 1.75 parking stalls per 2 bedroom units. as well. So given the size of the site, it could be a balancing act of being able to park the site and minimize or determine how many residents or office space you can provide if it's developed in combination. It would help to follow the sign regulations for the GO district, which has one on-site sign per office or business on a zoning lot. There's a fairly limited amount of square footage for that sign, 32 square feet for a single tenant lot, could get up to 96 square feet for a multi-tenant lot, with no individual tenant getting more than 24 square feet. So essentially you can have multiple tenants, and the only reason you get more signs is because of multiple tenants. Sign height is limited to 22 feet, which is less restrictive than, or more restrictive than limited commercial zoning, because this is GO. Building signs cannot face residential zoning district. That's just building signs in general. As we talked about in an earlier case with limited commercial, the restriction is illuminated building signs cannot face residential zoning. In GO, it is that building signs cannot face residential zoning at all, whether they're illuminated or not. The caveat to that is if there's a separation of 150 feet separating the sign from the lot line. LED signs are not permitted, off-site signs are not permitted at this, and portable signs are for institutional uses only. Surrounding context is a mixture of single-family residential, office uses, multifamily residential, and institutional uses. If you go to the aerial photograph, please, or aerial image. As we talked about before, properties to the north, east, and south are in single-family residential and are single-family homes. Property directly to the west is zoned general office within a community unit plan, and this parcel is undeveloped. The broader community unit plan that's primarily zoned GO, general office, which is what the zone change request is for, has multifamily housing here in the south, has medical offices farther to the west, and then a church and school to the southwest of the subject site. You don't get to higher intensity commercial zoning until you get to the corridor along Ridge Road. The property is unplatted. Platting would be required prior to the issuance of building permits. Has access to West 37th Street, which is a two-lane paved arterial with no side, or with a sidewalk on the south side. North Ridgeport Street, which is this one to the east of it, is a two-lane local street with a sidewalk on the east side. Looked into the capital improvement program, and at this time, there are no funds identified for any improvements to West 37th Street. However, that budget is considered every year, and they have the opportunity to change priorities and put different projects in the future if the need arises. If you go to the comprehensive plan map, please. Comprehensive plan identifies the site as appropriate for new residential employment mix, which encompasses areas of land that likely will be developed or redeveloped by 2035 with uses predominantly of a mixed nature. Due to the proximity of higher intensity business uses, residential housing types within this area will likely be higher density. Due to the proximity of residential uses, employment uses likely will have limited negative impacts associated with noise, hazardous emissions, visual blight, and odor. The requested GO district permits lower intensity commercial uses such as offices, along with higher density residential uses, which is exactly what this category calls for. The proposed zone change is in conformance with locational guidelines. A development pattern guideline states that high density residential uses and neighborhoods serving retail and office uses should buffer lower density residential uses from major commercial and employment centers and industrial uses. The requested GO zoning is designed to permit certain uses that are deemed to be compatible near low density residential, and it provides a transition between low density residential and higher intensity uses along the arterial street at Ridge Road and 37th Street. Development Pattern Guideline 1G states support expansion of existing uses to adjacent areas. The proposed uses currently exist within the community unit planned in the GO district that is directly to the west. The Land Use Compatibility Guideline 3A states except in mixed-use developments, residential and non-residential development areas generally should be separate and distinct from with appropriate screening and buffering to ensure compatibility among land uses while maintaining connectivity among uses. The required screening and landscaping per the Unified Zoning Code and Landscape Code are designed to promote compatibility between proposed office and multifamily residential uses and existing low-density residential and adjacent sites. Also throw in the compatibility regulations regarding setbacks and height. Overall, staff is recommending approval of this. There were some comments provided to you in the staff report. I'm sorry, they were provided to you afterwards. We did not receive any at the time of the staff report. And then, of course, we'll have folks here who will discuss them. I did receive a phone call this morning, so I didn't have anything in writing to send along, but the gentleman wanted to communicate his concern about traffic impacts on 37th Street, traffic impacts on Ridgeport if there were to be multifamily at the entrance to the neighborhood, possible decrease in property value, and overall just compatibility with the single family not surrounding it, but being on 3 sides. We can go through the the site photos, please. This is on 37th Street looking south at the property. This is the existing single family home on the site with some of the outbuildings that you can see. You can kind of see through the site to some of the single family homes that are south of it. Next picture. This is on 37th Street, just east of the site. These are some of the single family homes that back up to 37th Street. Next picture. This is the undeveloped property that's in GO to the west of the site. This is the multifamily housing that I identified before. Next picture. This is to the, ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am.
Ma'am,
It is very disruptive to have your
Please,
comments. Please,
keep your
thank you.
comments. You'll have a chance.
Property to the north is, this is looking to the north. There's a significant landscape berm on the north side of West 37th Street that separates the single-family homes from West 37th Street and this property. Next picture, please. This is on Ridgeport as it's curving. It kind of curves to the east here. This is a single-family home. These are the ones that abut the south side of the property. This is the back side of the property, and you can see the church and the multifamily housing that is to the west of the site. Next picture, please. This is looking east to a house on the east side of Ridgeport. I don't remember if it was mid-block or if it was closer to the front, but either way, there are side yards of the single-family homes down Ridgeport directly across the street from the subject site. Next picture. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, thank you. We'll ask the applicant or agent to come forward. You'll have 10 minutes. Give us your name and address for the record and your role.
Kirk Miller, K.E. Miller Engineering, 117 East Louis. I'm the agent. My client is purchasing this, and he's in the process of also working on purchasing this property, and will want to tie those in together and tie this back into the CUP. So it'll be one big development right here that'll be continuous uses of what's already out there. He's looking at more of the office along here and back here, and then back in here to be more of a multifamily type development. We're also looking at not having access to Ridgeport just because they don't have great access right now. We'd rather have our access, we'll have that. We'd put another access over here, kind of across the street from that. And then he's getting agreements to be able to access all of this back out over onto Ridge Road also. So he'd have multiple points of access without having to access this neighborhood. We will have detention. Right now, we're probably looking at it right down in this area because that's kind of the direction the water flows right now. As Philip said, we fall into the category of meeting what the comprehensive plan is, and this kind of lends itself to what's already out there. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Considering the, first off, thank you for the presentation. Considering the adjacency to the SF5 to the east and to the south, did your client look at a potential of doing a conditional use or PUD buffering the office from the neighborhood?
Well, there are requirements for fencing and landscaping and that type of thing. And as as this would be brought into the CUP with an amendment, we would be able to address whatever's necessary at that time.
I'm just, look, this is my old district. I live about a mile from this. I'm very familiar with the property. And like the case that we heard earlier at 143rd and Harry, we had the buffer of the church between the development activity and the residents. And I'm just concerned that this is not what the residents anticipated when they were buying their properties, having this immediately adjacent to them. And so I'm looking for some kind of protection or some kind of buffering between them and the future development.
Yeah, and we would have some kind of buffering of some sort, you know, the landscaping, the fencing, maybe berms, that type of thing.
Yeah, but you're gonna drop in multifamily right next to SF5. So, and you haven't identified, is that TF3, is that, you know, you haven't identified it. So I'm just, it's a little nebulous and a little vague, so.
It's probably going to be similar to what is down in this area, I would guess.
Yeah.
We've gone through some sketches, that type of stuff, still trying to work out a site. We were hoping he would have this under contract and we'd have a PUD amendment we could show you today, but he doesn't have all that taken care of yet.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Stand by. Now we'll ask the public, if you'd like to comment on this case, this is your opportunity. Come to the podium. You've waited a while, so give us your name and address for the record, please.
Chuck Burley, 6511 West Mirabella Street. My home is right here, right across the berm from where this goes down the line there. And as far as like a doctor's office, stuff like that, that's not that objectable other than light pollution at night, added traffic, extra noise, and then all the construction noise and dirt and dust, et cetera, when they're developing it. But I didn't know, I thought all this over here belonged to the retirement home down here, and that they were going to be the ones that maybe develop that eventually. But so this right here is going to be apartments or something like that?
We don't know. That's not part of this application, sir.
Oh, okay. But it could be.
Well, it's zoned for, properly to do, I'm trying to remember what that zoning was.
It's zone GO, which would allow apartments.
Yeah, so it could eventually, by right.
Well, I'll probably be long gone. But anyway, but no, that was just my concern was light pollution, dust, dirt, noise on Ridge Road,
37th.
on 37th Street North there, because it's just going to get more and more busy and congested and et cetera. But that was just my main concerns.
Appreciate it. And your last name was?
Thank you.
Murley?
Burley.
Burley, thank you, sir.
Burleigh.
Got it.
Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker.
Rhea J. Rakestraw. I live at.
Sorry, one more time.
Rhea Rakestraw,
Thank you.
Rakestraw. I live on North Ridge Court, right here, right across from it. Currently, this little piece of the community is a retirement patio homes, primarily retirees. Certainly Estanza across the street is retirees. We have a wealth of families living here. It's a wonderful neighborhood. We have a walking path where we cut through and we go to the church over at St. Catherine's. I think many people bought over here under the impression that St. Catherine's, which is growing, had every envision of expanding and possibly having more opportunities for older adults and maybe children as the school is growing. Our biggest concern is there's an intersection here, 37th and Ridge. It ends, it's good 4 lanes here, and we've had incredible growth from Ridge to
Hoover.
Hoover is a nightmare. We have had, I believe, a fatality accident on people coming out of taking their children. There's no forethought here in terms of how wide this road is and the traffic. Getting on Hoover from 37th is a blind if from the north, correct, John? which is very high risk. So we now have 1,500 people at a 700 apartment complex right here, growing like crazy. We have all this new development. We're thrilled about it. But right in here, this little quiet spot with this 2-lane country road, there's no plan. You said it. It's not in the budget. And it's growing in its capacity, getting people to 21st or getting people up to 96 a little bit further along. That's a big concern that we have. I was happy to hear this gentleman say they weren't going to put access here for fire and safety, because this is a very, very constrained entry into that neighborhood. You're right. But if you put multi-housing, I think they're going to force you to bring them in off Bridgeport. I just don't think you have adequate access off 37th, and we would find that very objectionable because that is a very constrained little area. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rakestraw? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker? Ma'am, did you want to comment? Anyone else? Oh. I see you, sir.
Yeah, John McDonald, I'm at 3758 North Ridgeport Court. Oh, all right. And it's right along in here.
Okay.
All right, and staff report covers a lot of it. It is surrounded on 3 sides by residential. We kind of like the idea of it being residential, but this being simply a rezoning hearing, I understand that, but when I looked at the GO as the zoning district, it's pretty open, and multifamily is part of that. Along with that comes a lot of concerns that we have about density, traffic, lighting, noise, and those kind of things, which is what a lot of people bring up. So I'm going to add my voice to the opposition to the way we're doing it here. I might just suggest that the applicant look at a NO, which is a little more restrictive, but the current GO allows for 75 units per acre, and that's a lot of people and a lot of congestion. The NO, I think, is a lot more restrictive, and some multifamily could be allowed, it under conditional under that. So I think it would address a lot of the issues that people have about this density and multifamily if we could just change the zoning a little bit there. But so all I can do is oppose this. I can't do it. So.
Very good. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming down and waiting around. Next speaker, anyone else? Seeing none, bring it back to the applicant for rebuttal.
Okay, as I mentioned before, you'll get another shot at this as the CUP gets amended to bring this parcel into it. As far as the traffic, I mean, Philip pointed out that the CIP gets revised every year. If they see that there's a need for that, then to improve the street, make it 4-lane, 3-lane, whatever, I'm sure they'll get put into the CUP as soon as they can do it. One of the things with the platting process is sometimes they require turn lanes because of traffic, XL lanes, decel lanes. That would be part of the platting process, but I'm sure that if they determine it's necessary, that they would require that at the platting process. I'd be glad to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you,
Okay,
Kirk.
thank you.
Bring it back to the board for discussion and consideration.
Motion to approve for staff recommendations and comments.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Aldrich with a second by Commissioner Warren. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. Next item, 5.1, annual review of the comprehensive plan. Thank you, folks. Be safe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission. Justin Constantino with the Planning Department
I
here.
had to say good evening.
I did. I caught that. We'll go to the next slide. I'm here to talk about the comprehensive plan update for 2025.
We still have a quorum, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're good. Commissioner Bill Johnson and Commissioner McKay have left. McKay left earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
If I could go to the next slide, please.
Sorry, Justin.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and just kind of roll without the slides. I'll be quick. So the recommended action for this afternoon is to, this evening, is to review the comprehensive plan and determine if any amendments should be considered. The background on this, back in 2015, late 2015, the City of Wichita City Council approved the Community Investments Plan 2015-2035. And then in early 2016, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the comprehensive plan as well. Since then, there has been several amendments to the comprehensive plan, including the Places for People plan in 2019 and the Delano Neighborhood Plan in 2019 as well. In 2020, the South Central Neighborhood Plan was added as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And most recently, the College Hill Neighborhood Plan was added as an amendment to the comprehensive plan as well. Per state statute, at least once per year, the Planning Commission shall review or reconsider the comprehensive plan or any part thereof. This is an opportunity for all of you to propose amendments, extensions, or additions to the plan. And staff is requesting that the MAPC review the existing comprehensive plan and determine if any changes, updates, or additions shall be considered. Back in October of 2024, the Planning Department released a request for proposals for consultants to provide professional services to review and produce amendments to the existing Community Investments Plan. Those amendments included the locational guidelines, the 2035 Future Growth Concept Map, and the 2035 Urban Growth Areas Map. We have finalized an agreement with PEC, Professional Engineering Consultants, and we expect the project to commence during the first quarter of 2026. So again, the recommended action today is to review the comprehensive plan and determine if any amendments shall be considered. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. To be clear, staff is not recommending any changes at this time, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And I will note that the Advanced Plans Committee reviewed this item on December 4th. They also did not make any recommendations at that time.
Do any commissioners want to make any changes or have discussion regarding this plan? Commissioner Aldrich.
We're going to be, I guess we're in the early stages right now of setting up a committee to review the comp plan and a few other things too. So there's, advanced plans didn't feel any need to do anything. This is just something that's required that we need to do per statute, so.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm not seeing anyone wanting to make any changes or right now, so I make a motion. Do we need you need a motion?
Kirk Spelman,
just
Executive
review.
County Councilor. Yes, I would recommend you make a motion either to receive and file or just a motion not to amend or recommend amendments to the
I
comp
make a
plan.
motion that we receive and file with no changes as it's currently written.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Fry with the second by Commissioner Aldridge. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
I'm trying to tie the
See
city
you in
council.
January.
Recording stopped.